And where did you consume this drugs?
Just so
Waar het u julle hierdie drugs gebruik, drugs gebruik?
By die huis.
At your house?
just one moment, I just want to make a note.
Thank you.
This, when I do my cross-references, I must always remember to write the number of the book I'm in, because I put a paragraph number, a page number in the book, but I'm on book 2. Today we'll go into book 3 of my notes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Now, when you testified in examination in chief,
Toen u getuig het en hoofgetuig,
you told the court that you smoked drugs only that evening.
u het vir die hof gesê, u het net die dwelms gerook daai namiddag.
That is correct, my lord.
And also in your examination in chief, you told the court that
Ook in die kwestie van die vraag aan hoofgetuig,
before Ayanda left that morning for the car wash,
oor Ayana die oggend sou gaan vir die kouwers,
you asked him for either 30 rand or 60 rand in order to buy drugs.
u het hom gevra vir 30 rand of vir 60 rand om dit te koop.
That is correct, my lord.
That's correct?
How many times that day did he give you money to buy drugs?
Hoeveel keer op hierdie dag het ek vir u geld gegee om dit te koop?
Net een keer.
Only once?
And you're certain that this money was given to you in the morning?
U is seker dat dit geld vir u sou gegee was in die oggend.
Die geld by Janne nou opgegee. Dit was nie die oggend gewees nie.
The money that Ayana gave me was not the morning.
You just confirmed, I said to you in your examination in chief, that's what you told the court.
U het nou net bevestig dat u in die hoofgetuig dat u kwestie van vraag aan gedurende die hoofgetuig dat u dit in hom gesê.
Dit was nie die oggend gewees nie.
No, she asked him.
It was not in the morning.
She asked him for the money in the morning. She asked him if he has money. She must give him money for Dick. But she never said he gave her the money in the morning.
Thank you, my lord. Did he give you the money in the morning? Did he give you the money in the morning, Ayanda?
Het hy vir u die geld gegee die oggend?
Nee, my lord.
No.
When did he give it to you?
Wanneer het hy vir u die geld gegee?
Dit was die namiddag gewees.
In the afternoon, my lord.
Was the money sent to you, or did he give it to you himself?
Die geld wat u sou gekry was na u te bring, of het u dit self gehaal?
Hy het dit vir my gebring.
He brought it to me. He brought it to me.
The money, he brought the money.
Die geld.
That is correct, my lord.
Did he bring it himself?
Het hy van die persoonlijk gekom.
Hy het dit vir my gebring, my lord.
He brought it himself, my lord.
And then, what did you do with the money?
Wat het u daar met die geld gedoen?
Ek het my tik gekoop.
Hy bought me tuk.
And what did you do with it? Did you not just say that you were with your friend and your friend was the one who had arranged it?
That is correct, my lord.
So what did you do with the money that was given to you?
Aangezien die vriend zo voor ik gekocht heb, maar dat is maar geld dat hij gegeven was.
Ik heb mijn werk in harte gekocht van het jaar.
I bought myself a game check after that, the money.
So did you smoke more than one occasion on Sunday?
So it in Jerusalem, hier gewoon.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
And on the Monday, the 19th of February, how many times did you smoke that day?
En die 19e die maandag, Februari, ja, toen dacht ik nog 4 keer in die dag.
Ik heb 2 keer gerookt.
I smoked twice.
You say you smoked twice. Can you recall the first time, what time of day it was when you smoked on that Monday?
Hier is het gerookt. Kan niet onthouden wanneer u voor de eerste keer op begint te roken.
Die maandag dat ik naar Buddha toe gegaan heb, heb ik middags gehad.
The Monday when I went to Bhutan, when I had the mandate.
Can you recall the time?
Kan u onthouden de tijd?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Who was present besides accused number 1?
Behalve beskuldig nummer 1, wie anders was bij geweest?
Die keer dat ik gerookt heb met Buddha,
When I was smoking with number 1.
And the second time when was it?
No, that was not, my lord, that was a question.
Yeah, that wasn't the answer to the question. The question was, when you smoked the first time on that Monday,
saam met Buddha en Windows.
only Buddha,
Net Bhutan.
Ik heb die Buddha alleen gerookt.
Me and Bhutan are the only ones who smoke, my lord.
Did anyone join you while you were smoking?
Toen iemand eerste was met de roken, iemand anders bij jullie gekomen te roken?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
Who was that?
Wie was dat?
Was Stefano.
Het was Stefano.
And on the second occasion on that day,
En de tweede keer, op die dag,
Ik alleen gerookt.
I smoked alone.
can you recall the time?
Kan u onthouden de tijd?
Nee, my lord.
No.
And this was thick as well.
Was het te geweest?
Ik heb alleen die tuk gerookt en saam met Buddha die Windows gerookt.
I smoked the tuck alone, and I smoked the mandate with Buddha.
So you used both mandrax and thick on that Monday.
So jullie dag, die beide tuck en mandate gebruikt.
Dat is correct.
Where did you smoke this thick alone?
Waar heb je die tuck gerookt?
Bij mijn huis.
At my house.
before you go on, can I just take it one step back? I take it it's the quarter mandrax that you got for the sling bag that you smoked with Buddha.
Hierdie mandate wat is opgerook het, dan hoofstuk dat ze moeten die kwart mandate wat jy by die opstel gekry vir die sleebag.
That is correct, my lord.
That conforms, my lord?
And Stevino, was he there all the time?
Was Tabino die hele tyd daar gewees?
Stevie het aangemerkt goed de ik klagen voor de komst van haar aan de donsdagen gekomen.
After we finished smoking, my lord, then Stefano arrived there.
Thank you, I just wanted to clear that up. So he arrived after the quarterman actually smoked.
So ek gekom nadat die hele die kwart minutes is groot is.
Dat is correct.
That's right.
You can go back to the second time with the smoking of the tuck alone.
Thank you. Do you agree with me that this is the first time we are hearing that you smoked twice on a Monday?
Stem u saam dat dit die eerste keer dat u sou sê die maandag het die twee keer geword.
No, my lord, I wish to object to that. Her evidence was that she had smoked with Buddha, the quarter mandrakes tablet, and that evening she did buy Tuk, and she did smoke alone in her house.
Let me just check. I seem to recall that as well. Just So there was the incident of the 30 rand. That was on the Sunday. So when she testified on the Friday, it became a bit confusing. Then she went back to the 19th, and then she went on to the 23rd. I have to go through my notes. I can't recall whether she in fact said she smoked that evening.
My lord, I'll proceed. I'll come back to that at a later stage.
Okay, there was smoking in the microwave. Now, on my notes, when she was dealing with the 19th, there was another tick that she got from gums in that sequence. Because she was relating the story that, remember, we now have the mandrax. That was midday during the day after the sling bag. Then she narrates the story about the woman with the green clothes again, and she didn't see the number plate. I'm looking at my notes. Thereafter she went home. Then there's again, because I always had this 60 Rand and 30 Rand, not on the Sunday, it was on the Monday. So that might be new. Let's leave that for now. Then she says Ayanda came home, she asked him for the money for Turk, 60 Rand, he gave her 30 Rand, so that she can go buy Turk. She then went, she left the kids with him, said she was going to Gums to buy the Turk. He told her to hurry up, I'm paraphrasing, because he had to go back to work. That's when she saw Kelly came back from work, and then the gas bottle incident happened. So, yes, Ms. Wanapu is most probably correct.
Thank you. Now, ma'am, before we adjourned yesterday,
Voordat ons gister vandag het,
I was questioning you about Exhibit R,
het is vir u vraag gevra
your
in verband
statement,
met die Westerkerk.
your statement that you made to the lady with the grey or white hair.
Die verklaring wat u gemaak het oor die dame met grys op wit hare.
That's correct, my lord.
And you confirm that that statement cannot be relied upon.
Kan u repeat again?
You confirm that that statement cannot be relied upon.
U het gesê, u het bevestig dat 'n persoon kan nie op daai verklaring
Start now.
staat maak.
That's correct, my lord.
And the reasons that you gave to us were that you did not trust the person recording your statement,
De rede was dat u het die persoon vertrou wat u die verklaring sou gegee het.
and secondly, you were under the influence.
En die tweede rede was dat u was onder die invloed.
That's correct.
That's right.
I also asked you if there was any other reason.
En ek ook u gevra of daar enige ander rede was.
Nee, my lord.
No.
Don't think the witness understands the question.
Thank you. Is there any other reason why you say we cannot trust what's in your confession or your statement made to the lady at the white?
Behalwe die twee redes wat u gegee het, omdat u die persoon vertrou, is daar enige ander rede?
Jy was 'n bietjie bang geweest ook vir haar.
I was a little bit scared of him, my lord,
Want ek het nie van het ken om alles vir haar te vertel nie.
because she was unknown to me, for me to tell her everything.
Any other reason?
Nog een rede?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Did you not tell us that one of the reasons why you could have made a mistake is because you were very nervous?
Het u ook nie gesê dat die ander rede waarom u nie vir alles gesê wat jy was 'n bietjie nervous?
That's correct, my lord.
is it not correct that this person with the white hair who recorded your statement came to you because you informed the police that you want to make a statement?
Is it correct that die persoon wat u vir die verklaring gegee het, sê het na u toe kom nadat u vir die polisie gesê dat u wil 'n verklaring maak?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct?
So you know why she came to you.
So u het geweet waarom sy na u toe gekom het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct?
So when you told us that this lady just appeared and told you she's there to take your statement, you did not know or understand why? Was that correct?
As u so gesê het dan u het dan net opgedag en vir 'n verklaring en u geweet het nie geweet waarom dit was reg geweest.
That's correct, my lord. Meneer, op my weer, herhaal asseblief, ek verstaan nou nie.
Can you repeat that? I don't understand.
You told us that this lady came to you and wanted you to make a statement. You did not know why she came to you.
U het gesê hierdie dame het na u toe gekom en vir u gevra om 'n verklaring te maak. U het nie geweet waarom sy verklaring sou.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, but now you're also saying you asked to make a statement.
Maar u het ook gesê u het gevra om 'n verklaring te gee.
That's correct.
That's right.
So which one is correct? She came to you, you did not know why, or you asked to speak to someone to make a statement?
Ek het
Maar
ook-
dat is de eerste ene dat u sê na u toe gekom het, u het nie wat geken of u het gevra om 'n verklaring te maak.
That's correct. Ek het gevra om 'n verklaring te maak.
I asked to make a statement.
Why did you want to make a statement?
Hoekom wou u 'n verklaring gee? Aflê.
My lord, ek verstaan het nie, maar soos ek verstaan soos hulle vir my gesê het, dat ek 'n statement gemaak het, die polisiemense wat na my toe gekom het, het my gemaak.
I don't really understand, my lord, but what did the police who came to me explain to me?
Hulle het vir my gesê, maar daar gaan 'n vrou kom na my toe,
They said to me, a lady would come to me,
en dat dit was 'n verklaring by haar hier maar
then I must give a statement.
toe haar.
Did you not tell the police, I want to explain everything I know?
Het u nie vir die polisie gesê, ek wil alles verduidelik wat ek van kennis raak?
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
So is that not the reason why they took you to the lady?
Is dit nie die rede waarom u meneer die dame so praat het nie?
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
Now, it was upon your request and voluntarily that you decided to make a statement.
Dit is op u se versoek dat u besluit om 'n verklaring af te lê.
That's correct.
That's right.
And you were comfortable with the person recording your statement.
Die persoon wat die verklaring met u van u geneem het, die was comfortable. Gemakkelijk om 'n verklaring af te lê. Die persoon wat u so met die verklaring gegee het, die was gemakkelijk met haar.
Nie regtig nie.
Not really.
What caused you not to be comfortable?
Wat maak u dat u nie met haar gemak was nie?
Van soos ek gesê het voor, ek was net die bang gevraag geweest en is die eerste keer wat ek voor iemand kan praat het en was dit te gee. En was 'n bietjie stressig geweest.
As I said earlier, my lord, that I was a little scared of her. It was my first time for me to make a statement in front of a person, and I was a little bit nervous.
Would you say that you had more than 3 opportunities to come clean and speak the truth?
Kan u sê dat u meer as 3 geleenthede gehad om die waarheid te praat?
That's correct, my lord.
And you never took up any of those opportunities.
Sy het geen van hierdie geleenthede van gebruik gemaak. Hy het
When?
wanneer
Er was niet eens zodat ik in die gevangenis geweest dat kapitein Lombana mee terugkomen en samen met meneer Ibe van Donder.
it was when Captain Lombard came to me whilst I was in custody and Advocate Fanton.
Which month was that, if you recall?
As ek kon aanhou wat 'n maand sou dit wees.
Ik kan niet nou dat ik denk was oktober maand geweest, voor oktober maand.
I think it was in October or before October month.
And prior to October month, you did have opportunities, but you never make use of them.
Maar voor Oktober het ek die geleenthede gehad waar ek daarvan gebruik gemaak het.
Ik heb gebruik gemaakt van voor oktober maand heb ik mijn 204 verklaring die waarheid gegeven.
I did not take an opportunity because before October I made it as witness says a 204 statement.
Ma'am, your 204 statement was made in October.
Die 204 verklaring was geneem in Oktober.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct?
Before your 204 statement, did you make use of any opportunity to speak the truth in public?
Voor die 204 verklaring het u geleentheid gebruik om die waarheid te praat.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes, that's correct.
When was that?
Wanneer sou dit wees?
Maar voor oktober maand ik wil kapitein Lombard en Ibe van Donder vertellen.
Before October, when I spoke, I told Captain Lombard and Advocate Van Donner.
Let me just check something. We know that she appeared from March onwards in the Magistrates Court in Vredenburg, as a matter of fact.
Dit is 'n feit dat hulle so begin het verskyn van 'n maart aan in Vredenburg understand word.
When you appeared in the Magistrates Court, that's the court in Vredenburg,
Toe u so verskyn het in die landerskantoor in Vredenburg,
did you have a legal representative?
het u 'n prokureur gehad?
Toen ik in Vredenburg voorzet,
Yes.
Ja.
ik heb daar een lawyer gehad, my lord.
I had a legal representative, my lord.
And who was that?
Wie was die persoon?
Als ik durfde te kleren uit een water, maar dan voor mij gelijk was het toen je wat gemixt, koza en kan niet mijn lord zeggen, wat zo niet. Dus maar ik het een lawyer gehad, ik had sinds na aan een lawyer toe.
Either of a Xhosa or a colored woman. They were mixed, my lord. But I had someone who was renting me.
Do you know the name of the person?
Kan u die naam van de persoon onthou?
Nee, my lord.
No.
In one of the answers now you said you changed.
U het ook verder gesê het gechange.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct, my lord.
So I take it there was a second legal representative.
Second.
Legal representative.
So dis die tweede prokureur wat u gekry het toe u gechange het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And do you know that person?
Die persoon wat toe gechange was, die tweede ene, weet nie wat sy naam is.
Dat is Ibe van Donder.
Dat is Mr. Van Donder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sidney. I'm just trying to get a timeline because you're going on the question of whether she had opportunities, and I'm not sure whether the legal representatives would then have approached the prosecution, etc.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. You agree with me, your first opportunity was the night the cops arrived and the search for Joshlin began. That was your first opportunity.
Sal u met my saamstem? Die eerste geleentheid sou was die dag, die aand toe die polisie daar was om op soek na Joshlin. Dit was de eerste gelegenheid om dit opgebreid aan mee te maken.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Dat is correct.
And you did not take up that opportunity.
Maar u heeft gebruik gemaakt van eigen gelegenheid.
Dat is correct.
Is that correct? Was that the first opportunity? Was the first opportunity not on Sunday, the 18th, when she became aware of the plan?
That is correct. That is correct, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
To reach out. Then, having slept on it, the next morning when Kelly was gone, let's accept she might have been under the influence of Kelly or scared of Kelly, because she said she was hesitant. There was another opportunity. Kelly's not there. She's been told that they must keep Joshlin for 2 o'clock. To go to somebody and say, they're going to take this child at 2 o'clock. Then, instead of going home and buying Turk, of course, we don't know what the influence of the drugs would have been, because Kelly is gone to alert. Now, all of those potential opportunities, but the first opportunities where she encountered the authorities was on that night. So I just thought I'll clarify that with you.
Thank you, my lord.
So the first time that you saw a police official inquiring was that evening of the 19th.
De eerste keer dat u politiebeampte zou zien, was die navraag naar de 19e van februari.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Okay, thank you.
And you did not say anything to the police official.
U heeft niks van de politie gezegd.
Niks gesê nie.
Nothing, my lord.
Why not?
Hoekom niet?
Ek het vir Kelly gesê, dat die polisie daar gaan staan,
I told Kelly, because the police was standing there,
dat die polisie weggeloop.
but the police walked away.
My question to you is, why did you yourself not tell them?
Mijn vraag aan u, waarom heeft u zelf niet dit aan de politie gezegd?
En ek was bang geweest. En ek was net niet gewild om vir die polisie te sê, en ek was mooi gehou vir niemand te verder te.
I was scared. I didn't know how to tell the police. After we decided to not tell anyone, we must keep quiet.
You were scared to tell them, but you told Kelly to tell them.
He was bang for her to say, maar het Kelly dat gezegd.
Dat is correct.
That's right.
But what were you scared of?
Wat was u bang voor?
Hulle raak my opsluit.
They were going to lock me up.
And then you were arrested.
He was arresteerd.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That was the other opportunity you had.
No, no. I'm going to get to the next opportunity. Did the fact that you were still expecting to receive some money, the 1,000 rand, play any role in you not telling the police on the evening of the 19th?
Het die hoop dat u het deze dan zou krijgen. In een rol gespeeld dat u de politie moet vertellen.
Dat is my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
What role did it play?
Wat een rol heeft dat gespeeld?
Ons moet vir niemand sê, ons moet vir niemand sê.
We were not supposed to tell anyone.
So the next occasion is not the arrest, because remember, Constable Segobe, on the afternoon of the 20th. That's Exhibit O.
Yes, thank you, my lord. I actually made a mistake. I thought that Sekobe's statement was taken on 19th. I will deal with that.
No,
Thank you.
that was taken on
The 20th.
the 20th. The people that were there
Thank you, my lord.
on the evening was, of course, Kobese and Gongota. remember they went,
Yes, Madam.
and Nilo was with, and Ayanda was not happy with them bringing the police there. I don't know why. Oh, it was taken out. So Kobesi's affidavit is Exhibit K, and Gongota's is Exhibit B. But I just want us to complete the night of the 19th. But you did give a version to the police that evening of the 19th.
Maar u het 'n weergawe aan die polisie gegee die aand van die 19e.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
That version that you gave to the police, thank you, my lord. Was that correct?
Die weergawe wat u vir die polisie gesê het op die aand, was dit korrek geweest?
It was actually yes.
Was korrek?
I'm referring to Exhibit K.
Ek verwys na bewyster K.
Make it easy. Don't have to go to the statement with the witness, because we know the witness get confused. We're now talking about the night when the police came there. It was late in the evening, maybe early hours of the morning, and Ayanda opened the door, and they asked whether you were there, and then he called you. You recall that evening?
En u nou in ons praat van die aand, dit was moontlik baie laat geweest op oggendure, toe die polisie daar opgedaag. Ayanda maak die deur oop, waar Ayanda toe vir u naartoe het.
As die maandag of die zondag?
Dis die maandag.
Monday. Monday.
Die maandag aan,
Yes.
na loadshedding.
That's right. That's why I'm saying it could have been the early hours of the morning, because we know load shedding was from 10 till midnight.
That's correct, my lord.
And that's also where he was upset with them bringing the police to the house.
Dus die tyd toe ongelukkig was, toe omdat hulle die polisie na sy huis toe gebring het.
So that's the time we're talking about.
Dit praat van die tyd.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Sidney.
Thank you, my lord. Now, you understand which part or which time we are referring to?
Verstaan u wat die tyd van maak ons verwysing van?
That's correct, my lord.
Do you remember when you made that statement to the police official on that night?
Kan u die verklaring aanhou wat u aan die polisie gemaak het die aand?
Ik heb niet aan te verklaren van u.
That's
I didn't
again,
give a statement that night.
that's again where the confusion comes in. It might be linguistically correct to say it was a statement, but to make it easier for the witness, you should maybe ask her, what did she tell the police?
Thank you, my lord. When you were interviewed by Constable Kobe, what did you say to him? No, it's not Kobe.
It's Kobesi.
Kobe's. Apologies, my lord.
Toe u met Constable Kobese gepraat het, wat het u vir hom gesê?
Als we dan nu vallen over die man, maar nou was ook wel een politieman.
There were two men there that evening, two policemen.
Twee polismannen.
Ik kon daar nog niet meer.
I remember now.
Yes, please tell us.
Wat het u vir hom gesê?
Ik heb wel gezegd, ik was naar het boetashuis geweest.
I told them I was at Buta's house,
Ik heb gehoord aan het boetashuis.
smoking at Buta's house.
En achterna toen de klaar over het boetashuis, ik kom Stefano daar aan.
Then after I finished smoking, then Stefano arrived there.
En toen Stefano voor Boetan Kasi van die microphone in die lieder die tang wat die in die halen tang wat die.
Then definitely told Buddha about the microwave and the leaves and the hair tone.
En ik had vanaf gedacht dat maar ik ga naar huis toe.
From there I told Buddha to go home.
En dan Joshlin was gekomen aan mijn huis toe. En dat is herinnerd van die dat ik hier kort had naar de kamer gedaan. En ik vrouw is misschien weg.
That's that very same night we're talking about.
Hetzelfde antwoord als van Buddha.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Signer.
Thank you. Are you sure, ma'am, about what story you're relaying to us?
As je zeker van wat die van de politie gezegd heeft.
Meneer, ik is ook confused, want ik weet nog niet wanneer dit alles komt. Politie mensen aan voor mij geweest en hij heeft geweest. Ik weet het niet.
I don't really know now which police we're talking about, my lord, because there was quite certain bunch of police at my place. I really don't know now.
Mr. Signer, just a moment. Ms. Longota, Ms. Lombard, I painstakingly tried to explain to you which incident we're talking about.
Ik heb proberen te verbeteren van wat de dag of wat de voorval ons van praat.
And you confirmed and you said, now I remember.
Hier te bevestigen, ja, nou, voor no en no.
How can you tell me now that you're getting confused?
Hoe kan je nou verlof zijn, worden we weer elkaar confused?
Maar daar was nog na, kijk, die politie mensen waren daar nog.
Yeah.
Because after that, there were other policemen also.
So take a deep breath. We're going to that incident with the two policemen, and we know Nilo was there, Buddha was there, that came that night, and Kelly was there.
Ons gaan naar die aan toe waar Nilo daar was, Buddha, Kelly.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Dat is de antwoord van Buddha.
When you were called from the room by Ayanda.
Hij had het voor u de kamer gehouden.
Right?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Are you telling me that you told this whole long story to the police that evening?
Want een over de hof zei, die lange story wat een over de hof gezegd, dat is de story wat ik van de politie heeft aangezet.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
What did you tell the police that evening, if anything?
Wat heeft u die politie daar aangezet, als dat enige iets is wat u van gezegd?
Ik heb voor die politie gezegd, hoe komt zij tellen die water, wat ze niet kunnen gemaakt hebben.
I said to the police, why doesn't Kelly tell you what she did with the child?
Did you say that to the police?
Even the police never said.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right.
Did you say to both the policemen who were there interviewing?
Even beide die police het gezegd, onder de gevoerd.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And what was their response?
Wat was hulle antwoord geweest?
Hulle was gepraat hier.
They didn't say a thing.
I just want to confirm, and you said this to them, to the police.
As die sê, vir hulle, aan die polisie.
That you spoke to the police and you said to them, why don't Kelly tell you?
Ik heb van Kelly gekeken, dus ik zei, hoe komt ze de politie, als je niet kan gemaakt hebben.
I said to Kelly, Kelly, why are you going to tell the police what you did with the child?
And the police could hear that.
Kon die polisie dit hoor?
Hulle kon het gewoon meneer.
And
They could, my lord.
Buddha would have heard that.
Buddha moes het ook gehoor het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And Nilo would have heard that.
En Nilo moes het ook gehoor het.
Ik weet niet wat ik te behepen.
I didn't see Nilo on the outside.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Signer.
And when you were telling them that they should ask accused number 3, were they recording anything or writing down anything?
Hoe is verskil nummer 3 vraag? Het hulle dit neergeskryf?
Meneer, my lord.
No.
And after after mentioning to them they should inquire from accused number 3, that's as far as you took it.
Nadat u vir hulle gesê het dat hulle beskuldig nommer 3 moet vir hulle sê, dis die einde van dit.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, when you made that statement that night,
Toe u die verklaring by aanmaak,
you only explained your movement on the 19th of February 2024. Is
u
that
het net verduidelik waar u was op die 19e.
That's correct, my lord.
you had not mentioned what you had heard accused number 3 and number 1 discuss?
Maar u het daarvan gepraat, wat u gehoor het wat beskuldig nommer 1 en 3 gevra het.
Nee, my lord.
No.
You did not talk about the money that was promised.
U het gepraat oor geld wat u hulle beloof was.
Nee, my lord.
No.
So, was that the truth that you told the police?
Was dit die waarheid dat u die polisie vertel het?
Ik heb al heel waar. Ik heb gezegd wat ik gebeur in ogen, dus al, maar dat is niet waar.
I didn't give them the whole truth.
Dat is waar.
I only explained to them what happened in the morning.
A yes or no will suffice. Did you tell them the truth that night?
En nee of ja sal dit genoeg wees, hy het nie vir die waarheid vertel.
Ja.
Yes.
How can that be if you never tell them anything about what you knew?
Kom sal dit die waarheid wees as jy vir hulle niks gesê het van wat u van kennis dra nie.
Nee, dat is niet waar.
Dis die waarheid. It was not the truth.
I'm confused now. What was not the truth?
Ek is deur mekaar, wat was die waarheid nie?
Want ik van de politie vertellen gezegd voor de politie. Want ik van de politie gezegd, de politie tellen niet wat ze niet kunnen gemaakt hebben.
What I said to the police, why can't I tell you what you did with the child?
You agree with me? Excuse me. That was an opportunity for you to come clean.
Sal iemand die saamstem, dit was 'n geleentheid waar jy kon skoon die waarheid gepraat het.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, that's correct.
So why did you not make use of, why did you still have to lie?
Kom ek besluit om die waarheid te praat. Can you repeat the question?
Why did you not then make use of that opportunity when you were being interviewed and explain exactly what you knew?
Kom ek die geleentheid gemaak van haar geleentheid om te verduidelik wat u van kennis dra.
Ik was bang geweest.
I was scared.
You agree with me that besides accepting the payment, you
let's just clear up this answer. I thought you were going to go and check on the answer. You were scared of what?
Maar vir wat was jy bang?
Om de waarheid te zeggen.
To speak the truth. To tell the truth, my lord.
Now, you telling me that you said loudly to Kelly so that the police can hear.
Wil u vir my sê u het duidelik gepraat dat die polisie kan hoor vir Kelly?
That's correct, my lord.
But I'm not done.
Nog nie klaar nie.
You told her that she must tell the police what she did with the child.
U sê u het vir haar gesê, sê die polisie wat u met die kind gemaak het.
You weren't scared to say that to Kelly in front of the police.
Was u nie bang om dit vir Kelly te sê in teenwoordigheid van die polisie nie?
Nee, my lord, ik was kwaad geweest door ik met elkaar zei.
I wasn't scared, I was angry when I told it that.
You just told me that you were scared. That's why you didn't speak up.
U het gesê, u was bang, daarom het u nie uitgepraat.
So what is it now? Scared or angry?
Wat is het nou? Was u kwaad of was u bang?
Ik was kwaad geweest. Want ik kon niet plus naar mij toe.
I was angry with her, I bring the police to my house.
Yes, Mr. Sittington.
Thank you, Lord. Because you were angry with her, you spoke loudly in front of the officials. At that stage, were you not scared of them?
Omdat u kwaad was, het u voor die officieren of die ambten gepraat. Op daar stadium was u niet bang geweest.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct.
But you were scared for you to tell them the truth because you were scared they would arrest you.
Maar u was ook bang geweest om die waarheid te praten, want u was bang als op u arresteerd.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
So when you were angry with Kelly, you were not scared.
Toen u bang, toen u kwaad was voor Kelly, was u niet bang geweest.
Ik was bang geweest.
I was scared as well.
So because you were scared, you never make use of this chance to speak the truth.
U het dit gemaakt van hierdie kans nie, want u was bang.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Any other time?
Are you moving off that evening? Are you moving off the evening now?
My Lord, I just want to find out if there was any other chance that she spoke to anyone else.
No.
that evening.
Let's finish that evening. Let's
Thank
take it step by step.
Later on in that evening,
You know, it's the same incident with those policemen, where you were angry that they brought the police to your house and you were scared, or none of it, or both of it. I'll have to find out when I go through my notes which one it is. We're speaking about that evening. I don't want you to be confused.
Je moet niet door elkaar raken, want het spraat van de aan wat u kwaad en ook bang was. Dit is de aan wat u wat ons nog mee bezig was.
Did you tell them that you sent Joshlin to your house? You sent Joshlin to your house to check on your child.
Het u vir hulle gesê dat u vir Joshlin gestuur na u huis toe om te gaan kyk na die kinders.
I didn't say children, I said child.
Kind,
Ik wil het maar zeggen van Boeta, niet van Joshlin.
sonder my boete wat met Joshlin.
So if the police told this court that you told them you sent Joshlin to your house to check on your child, they would have made up that story.
As die polisie sou sê, u het vir hulle gesê dat u Joshlin gestuur het na u huis toe om te gaan kyk na u kind. Sal dit 'n storie wees, sal dit verkeerd wees.
Dat zal recht wees, my lord.
Ek wil die reg doen.
So did you tell them that?
Het u dan van dit gesê?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
You didn't use drugs today. You didn't use any drugs today.
U het geen dwelms gebruik nie.
Nee, my lord.
No.
We know that that evening you told us you used drugs.
Ons weet nog dat u vir hom gesê dat hy aan die tik gebruik.
Dat is correct, my lord.
But you can remember clearly now that that That's what you told them.
Maar u kan wel vandaag mooi onthouden dat is wat u vir hulle gesê het.
Dat is correct.
That's correct?
Now, so you told them that you sent Joshlin to your house to check on your child.
U sê u het vir hulle gesê, u het vir Joshlin gesê na u huis om te gaan kyk vir die kind.
Dat is correct.
And you didn't tell them that you were aware that Kelly had sold the child to a Sangoma. You didn't tell them that.
Maar u het vir hulle gesê dat u weet dat Kelly die kind aan sy mamma gekoop het.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
But he told Kelly in their presence to tell them.
Maar u het wel vir Kelly gesê, Kelly sê vir hulle,
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Saldanha.
Thank you. Did you, on that same Monday night now, the 19th, did you speak to any other police official?
dieselfde aand van die link, u met enige ander polisie gepraat?
Daar was het nog 2 polismannen daar gekomen. Uiteindelijk 2 is ongeveer was er maar nog polismannen naar de street gekomen.
There were other policemen who came to me, my lord. I don't know whether they were 2 or how many, but there were policemen who came to me.
Did you tell them what you knew?
Het u vir hulle gesê wat u van kennis het?
Ik heb die wel gezien.
I didn't tell them. I didn't tell them, my lord.
Did they ask you if you knew anything?
Het hulle gevra of u enige kennis het?
Hulle het my gevraagd, een van de wijsbaarste beren van wat Kelly's kennis altijd zo spelen.
They said, I must show them where are the neighbors, where Kelly's children are placed now and then.
So, did they ask you questions relating to Joshlin?
Het hulle vir u vrae gevra in verband met Joshlin?
Ja, weet je,
Yes, they asked.
So then why didn't you at that time then tell them when they were asking about Joshlin?
Toe hulle vir u vra oor Joshlin gekom het, u nie vir hulle dit gesê.
dus ik zei, ik was aangewezen, maar ik heb gevraagd van waar speelt Joshlin, wat zij speelt Joshlin van wonen.
As I said, my lord, I was scared, but they asked me as to where does Joshlin usually place each house.
The following day, did you meet any police officials?
Die volgende dag het die enige polisielede ontmoet.
This
of
is the
gezien.
20th.
Ja.
This will be the 20th of February 2020.
20ste Februarie.
Why don't we just get straight to the point? We know that she met with Detective Constable Sigolde.
Yes, thank you, my lord. We have already discussed the statement you made to Sigolde.
Ik heb klaar oor die verklaring gepraat dat u aan detective Constable Sigolde gemaakt hebt.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's Exhibit O.
Thank you, my lord. What is contained in that statement or Exhibit O? Is that correct?
Wat in jullie verklaring staan bevestig oor. Is het recht?
Dat is niet heel waarheid, hè.
It's not the whole truth, my lord.
You agree with me that in Exhibit O, you don't make any mention of what you heard and what the plan was.
Zijn iemand die saamstem, jullie bevestig oor. Staan daar geen dat u van wat u gehoord het en wat die plan was.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct.
In fact, in Exhibit O, you just relay what you did on the day. You make no reference to anything relating to the offense?
Relating to?
The offense.
Op een bewijste koor. U steekt niks in verband verwezen met die voorval.
Ik besta niet van je.
Die verdwijning van de
Let me try and simplify it. And I'm going to take you a few steps back.
ga ik hier terugnemen.
So this is a terrible thing that Kelly did.
Wat Kelly gedaan is iets wat bijna terrible is.
Dat is correct, my lord.
So much so that the previous evening you told her to tell the police what you did with her child.
Om dit moet te verder te nemen, dat de bewijs dat hier van gezegd, die vorige aan sê die polisie wat die kind gedoen het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now Mr. Sidney is asking you
Ik probeer van over u,
the next day,
volgende dag,
Tuesday,
dinsdag.
Detective Constable Segobe came to you, the woman we spoke about yesterday, where Miss Nkabai took you through the whole statement.
Detective Constable Segobe het u naar die gekomen, die dame wat u naar die procureur nummer 2 gister bezig was.
Dat is correct, my lord.
You told her nothing about this horrible thing that Kelly allegedly did.
U het niks van gestel oor die gruwsame ding wat Kelly gedoen het.
Dat is recht zo, my lord.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sidner. And I take it you're not going to go through the whole statement. You're merely marking out all the milestones of opportunities to come clean.
Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, I'm not going to deal further with the statement that you made to Sikope or Exhibit O.
Ik ga niet verder met jullie verklaren dat je het geval is gemaakt. Verder daarmee doen we.
I just want to put it to you that that was an opportunity for you to come clean. And
Ik
you
zei net
never
dat
made it.
dit was de gelegenheid waar u moest de waarheid gepraat hebben, schoon niet te komen.
Dat is recht zo, my lord.
Dat is correct.
And without having to go through every opportunity, there was another time, and this was upon your request when you made your confession.
No, let's not go so fast. We had the evidence of the TikToker. We were going to start with the evidence of Colonel Morris. And I was told that Colonel Morris will present evidence of interviews or statements made in the public domain on social media by the accused. I remember she was also an accused in this case. Let's check with the witness prior to arrest whether there were any interviews she gave. Because I don't know what Captain Morris will cover. So that we don't. Did you give any interviews or appear on, what did they call it, lives or TikToks and stuff like that before you were arrested?
Voor die arrestatie heb u al ooit gepraat op die sociale bladen zoals TikTok of live in verband met jullie voorval?
Dus ik kan een dominee als ik heb nog gezien op de TV wat we gewezen waren in de license voor het eerst staan dat de politie voor mensen de gemeenschap ook komen.
What I can remember, my lord, I can remember I see myself in front of my house where the police and a lot of people were.
Maar in het buitenland, alle hier dat gestaan daarbij, die gewoon gediend hebben ook aan kamers, daar wat de gemeenschap ook gestaan dat ik gestaan heb in de man, ik kan het niet en zei en, maar toen is er mij afgevallen op, maar dat wil gemaakt, maar ik heb gepraat, al mijn vragen gevraagd, maar ik weet niet of dat op TikTok of Facebook of.
And the other incident we are standing on the side of Kawash, where I was was in the middle of this crowd of people, whether I don't know whether they were attacking or not or something, but they asked me questions and I answered with my child on my hip. I don't know whether it was on TikTok or what.
Question is,
Die vraag is,
and I don't know how many times, I'm sure if Captain Morris will come and testify, it will be even-handed presentation. It will cover the accused and the state witness, and not one-sided. So I want an objective presentation. So now you told us about two incidents. One was in front of your house, you said the other one is near a car wash. Did you tell the truth then?
hier praat van twee incidenten voor die huis en in de kamers. Gedurende die twee geleenthede het u daai tyd maar gepraat.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Can you recall if you gave a version what you said?
Kan iemand nou, as hy iets gesê het, wat is so gesê het?
Dus ik wil al gezegd dat dit aan die mannen of zo ook wel goed aan de 60 krijg. Zo op en ik heb wel dan schreef van Joshlin dus aan.
When I told them about it was that we put us out that Monday, then smoke and put about Joshlin, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Sivnara. You may cover that field further if you want to. If there's nothing there, then we can go to the
Thank you.
between the 13th and the 15th. Oh no, there's still the abduction in between as well. And I don't know why I don't know whether there will be evidence as to who these people are. Are you going to ask her about it?
Thank you, my lord. Why did you not speak the truth when you interviewed by the media or any TV news coverage network or whatever the case is?
Hoekom het u nie die waarheid gepraat toe u in die TV of die mense vrae gevra is?
Dus ik zeg, ik was bang geweest. Dat is mijn eerste keer wat ik voor mensen gepraat met ze komen. Ik heb die waarheid van hen zeggen.
As I said, I was scared. It was my first time talking in front of people. I didn't tell them the truth.
And also because at that time you had promised that you would keep quiet.
Dit is ook hierdie tyd dat u beloof het u gaan nie waarheid praat.
That's correct, my lord.
And on the previous occasions that we've just dealt with, besides being scared, it was also that you chose not to because you had agreed not to speak the truth.
U sê u tot besluit, u gaan nie die waarheid praat want u het besluit op dit.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, before being asked to make your confession, you say there was an incident where you were taken away from the accommodation that was arranged for you.
U het gesê voordat u bekennis gaan maak het, u was toe verwyder in die plek waar u gehou was.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
These people, you said their faces were covered. You said these people's faces were covered. Their faces were covered. We could not see their
U
faces.
sê die persone se gesigte was gedek geweest, u kon nie hulle gesigte sien.
Nee, my lord. Ik kan niet alles wat gezien hebben.
No, my lord, I couldn't see the faces.
All of them?
Almal van hulle,
That's correct, my lord.
that's correct.
All of the time?
Die hele tyd.
Niet die hele tijd. Ja, met dat welkom maken. Verschillende soort mensen was het geweest.
They would come every day, my lord, but different people would come.
Because if I understand the evidence correctly, there was one occasion where you actually went via the police station. So I would find it surprising if they would wear balaclavas going to the police station.
U het ook gesê dat is geweet wat julle deur die polisie gewees was. U was verbaasd dat hulle daar klaar was.
No, I would be surprised.
Dit sou
People
verbaasd
would go to the police station with
want die
balaclavas.
polisie het gegaan met hulle klaar.
Kan meneer Koolhof,
Remember,
Onthou,
the story that you are relating to us is that these people also took Ayanda to the police station.
die mense het oor aan die geneem na die polisie.
that's correct, my lord.
And at some stage, you indicated that they were actually working with the police.
Op 'n sekere stadium het jy gesê hulle het met die polisie gewerk.
That's correct, my lord.
And they then took you away
Hulle toe
to Langebaan.
hulle het toe weggevat, weggeneem.
To Langebaan, or Langebaan area.
That's correct, my lord.
That's also where you were tortured.
Dis waar hulle vir u gemarteer het.
That's correct, my lord.
Then at some stage, they brought you back to go on a search and a hunt with them.
Op 'n stadium het hulle terug waar u saam met hulle gegaan het om te gaan soek.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, brother. Did these people question or interrogate you?
Het hierdie mense vir u vrae gevra?
Hulle het vir my gesê dat Stefano, as die iemand van hulle gesê het, ek het nie gekom het, maar Stefano sê vir hulle gesê dat ja, ek het gesien waar dat ek aan het Joshlin geloop.
They just said to me, I don't know how they find it out, but they said, Stefano said, I know where Joshlin walked.
En dat was met voor de navraag doen van Makalino en zijn zuster, van Ayanda.
They even asked me about Makalimo and Ayanda's sister and about Ayanda.
And what was your response?
Wat was die antwoord geweest?
Ik heb voor hulle gesê, soos ek verstaan is Makalina en Ayanda, soos ek verstaan is ons zuster.
I said to them, I understand Makalima and Ayanda being brother and sister.
En de vraag voor mij van is Makalina als Sankoma, dus zei nee, maar ik ken van zijn zus als Sankoma niet.
Then they wanted to know from me is Makalimo a Sangoma? And I said to them, I don't know her to be a Sangoma.
Let's cut that long story short. The point of the only reason I raised it is, did you tell them what you knew about Joshlin
Het u vir hulle gesê?
to a Sangoma?
Het u vir hulle gesê wat u weet van Joshlin dat Kelly has verkoop aan 'n Sangoma?
Nee, my lord.
No, I did not.
Okay, now you can go to, there are no other potential incidents that, from the evidence that I could gather. So, if you now want to go to the arrest and what happened thereafter.
Thank you, my lord.
Now I'm just looking at my watch not to adjourn, so let's continue.
Thank you, my lord. Now, eventually, you were arrested.
U is eintlik toe gearresteer.
You then decided you want to come clean and speak the truth.
U het toe besluit ek wil skoon praat, en ons skoon kom, ek wil die waarheid praat.
That's correct, my lord.
Confirms?
And that is when Captain Silius, the female with the white hair, came and interviewed you.
Does it take to Captain Silius, die blanke dame, die kom praat het?
That's correct, my lord.
That's not what the question was. There was no reference to the color of the person's skin. There was a reference to the color of the hair. It was interpreted differently by the interpreter.
Jare, wat daar,
Yeah, it said white hair.
wat daar, dame, wat daar.
And when she came to you,
To sê dat jy kom,
she explained to you the reason that she was there.
sê aan die verduidelik waarom sy by u is was hy na hier toe gekom het.
That's correct, my lord.
Right?
We were there this morning. You don't have to traverse all of that. Go back to the meat.
Yes. And she asked you if you had been forced or threatened in any way to make a statement.
Sy het vir gevra, was u gedreig of was u gemaak om die verklaring te maak?
That's correct, my lord.
Correct?
And you said you were not and you were happy to make a statement.
I didn't hear
You said that you were not threatened or assaulted or influenced in any way and that you were happy to make a statement.
U het gesê u was gedreig of geforseer om 'n verklaring te maak. U was gereed om 'n verklaring te maak.
That's reg so.
She also explained to you that she was in no way involved.
Sy het ook aan u verduidelik dat sy op geen betrokke is.
That's correct.
And for that reason, there was nothing for you to fear. Because you were
Ja,
not
van die
involved.
rede dat sy nie betrokke is, dat dit beteken dat ek het geen rede om bang te word te raak nie.
That's correct, my lord.
And then one of the questions she posed to you after explaining that she was,
Een van die vrae wat sy vir u gevra het, nadat sy dit aan u verduidelik het, was,
do you want to exercise any of these constitutional rights and remain silent?
wil u enige van hierdie grondwetlike regte gebruik maar dat u moet stil bly?
And your answer in Afrikaans was, ja, ek wil alles wat ek weet met my vrou deel en net die waarheid.
Yes, I want everything that I know to share with you, lady, only the truth.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you tell her, or before we get there, you said you did not trust her.
U het gesê u het haar nie vertrou nie.
Why do you say that?
I didn't hear you.
Why do you say that?
Kom sê u dit.
Ek was bang om vir haar die hele waarheid te sê.
I was scared of her to tell the whole truth.
Want ek het ken nie vir haar ken nie vir haar nie.
She was unknown to me.
Yes. Any other reason?
Enige ander rede?
Nee, my lord.
No.
So you had requested to speak with, but someone was brought to you and then you did not do so because you were scared of it.
U het besluit, u wil die waarheid praat, maar iemand is gebring na u toe, maar u het nie wil die waarheid gepraat, want u was bang.
That's correct, my lord.
And another reason was that you were under the influence.
Ander rede was dat omdat u onder die invloed was.
You've asked all these questions this morning. I don't know whether you forgot. And they've been answered.
Why did you still make a statement?
Kom het u voortgegaan om 'n verklaring te maak.
Met die vrou nou.
Yes, the same statement to the lady with the white or grey hair.
Selfde dame met die wit of grys haar.
Ek het sê, maar besluit ek gaan maar verder. Dit ek praat saam met haar. Maar sê,
I just decided I'm going to carry on talking to her and then tell her.
Tell her what?
Say her what
wat gebeur het daai dag?
happened on the day.
Maar ek het die hele waarheid vir haar gesê nie.
But I didn't tell her the whole truth.
Was most of what you told her the truth or only some of it was the truth?
Was meestal wat u van gesê het Die waarheid, of was het van wat die van gezegd de waarheid?
Meeste van dit is de waarheid.
Most of it was the truth.
Now, you had an opportunity to go through those statements over the weekend that you made.
Hier het de gelegenheid om de verklaring te gaan voor de nadenken.
Dat is correct.
Right?
And certain things would be there or not be there because you were scared or did not trust the person.
Zekere goede sal opkom in die verklarings. Zekere sal nie dan wees nie, omdat die bang was.
And certain things may be there or not there because you were under the influence.
Of van die goede sal daar wees nie, of daar wees, maar omdat die onder die invloed was.
Dat is correct.
Now, just from what you recall, you know what you were not 100% honest with because you were afraid.
U weet, u was niet eerlijk, u geweest, want u was bang.
Dat is correct.
What lie or what were you not truthful about?
Wat was u niet, wat het u niet die waarheid gepraat van,
Because of the lack of trust.
omdat u die persoon niet vertrouwde.
Zoals ik gezegd heb, is het dat ik heb die van verteld van Joshlin.
I didn't tell about Joshlin.
En ik heb die van verteld van wat is wat planning.
I didn't tell about the plan.
En ik heb die van verteld van hoe Kelly wil gaan met zo goed. Kelly met zo goed van de snap je?
And I didn't even tell as to how Kelly took Joshlin from the house.
Wait. Are we talking about the same view and Exhibit R?
Yes, my lord.
Because that's the danger of just asking an open-ended question. Because I'm listening to what the witness is saying, and some of the things that she says you didn't say, it's in fact contained in the statement. I thought the basic principle of cross-examination is you ask leading questions.
My lord, I can deal with that.
That's cross-examination 101. And we know the witness that we're working with. I don't want to sit here and listen to the whole story again, and 1 second later, the story is different because the witness didn't understand the question. Just ask her direct questions, preferably leading questions, because it is cross-examination.
Thank you, my lord.
And then we'll save a lot of time and we'll get to the point quicker. And short questions and keep it precise. I'm not criticizing Mr. Saldanha, but we can't go on like this. And just listen to the question and just answer the question. I don't want to hear the whole story again. The question as a yes or no, and hopefully if counsel is going to ask leading questions, the answers will just be yes or no. Because it will be a leading question.
U moet mooi luister naar die vraag, wat die probeer gaan vragen. Wanneer het van die vraag sal leidende vraag is, word maar de hof sê, ek net ja of nee te sê, u hoef nie 'n hele storie verlof te gee.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Right, let's try again.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Saldanha, maybe I should take a short adjournment. We've been going on for an hour and a half now. Let's take until 12:30. That's 13 minutes. And then you can just take your thoughts together. We give everybody a break, and then we will proceed after that until 10:30.
is nog in de eerste waarheid te praten.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Saldanha.
Understand, my lord?
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, in your examination in chief,
Just a moment. I have noticed there were elderly people coming in at the back whilst we were busy. I've also noticed that there was a person that's been here yesterday and today that was walking with a cane. I suspect the blue chairs are more comfortable than those red ones. If it is possible, if I see a chair standing right at the back there, I see one there. For the people that are uncomfortable, I'm talking about the elderly or partially disabled, and if it's possible to give them more comfortable chairs, I will have no problem with that. Can happen in the background whilst we are busy. Yes,
thank you, my lord.
thank you.
Now, ma'am, you recall towards the end of your evidence in chief, you were asked if you were satisfied with your statement that you made to the lady with the grey hair.
Na, gedurende de tijd dat u zo klaar met de kwestie van de vraag was gevraagd, was u tevreden met de inhoud van de verklaring dat u aan het Kamer gegeven door de Grijsraad? U was het gevraagd, en ook u.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, I remember.
And thereafter, you wanted to make a few changes or corrections.
Nadat u zeker tot de rechtszaak.
That's good.
Right?
And one of the corrections was that you made a mistake when you said that it was Kelly and accused number one who went to the white polo vehicle.
Een van die veranderingen dat u toegemaakt heeft, verbetering wat u gemaakt heeft, u heeft gezegd dat ook gemaakt wat is op het beschuldigde nummer 3 en 1 is naar het polo verkeerd. U wordt verbetering gemaakt.
That's correct.
That's correct?
Now, was this a mistake or what was it?
Was dit een fout geweest of wat was het?
Het was een fout geweest.
Was een mistake?
And what would you say contributed to this mistake? It was being under the influence or your fear?
Wat het toegemaakt dat u, wat het vraag had, dat u de fout gemaakt was, omdat u bang was of omdat u onder invloed was?
De invloed was.
Under influence.
Can you explain further?
Kan u verder verbeteren?
Ik heb hier antwoord niet.
I don't have an answer.
So, you made a mistake because you were under the influence.
U heeft de fout begaan en u was onder invloed.
That's correct, ik ben bang geweest.
And scared. That's correct.
So because you were under the influence, you were mistaken or you could have been incorrect.
Aangezien u onder de invloed was, was het u fout gemaakt of u was verkeerd geweest.
That's correct, my lord.
Before I proceed, let's just ascertain this then.
Voordat ik voortga met het, moet iets recht maken.
You were smoking drugs regularly before this incident.
U heeft wel eens het gebruik dagelijks gehoord voor u voorval.
That's correct, my lord.
And just prior to this incident, you were smoking Mandrax and Tuck.
Voordat u voorval, heeft u minder te gerookt.
That's correct.
How does smoking or using these drugs affect your mental abilities?
Hoe betas gebruik van die balans u manier van dink.
Ik was niet volle positief geweest, niet.
I wasn't in my full positive.
Can you explain that?
Duidelijk.
Mijn gedachten was heel erg bij mijn vrouw geweest.
My mind wasn't really with this woman, at this woman.
So, those things that you said to her because you were under the influence, was that something you knew or something you came up with?
I didn't hear that last part. I don't know whether they moved the microphone during the adjournment, but I can't hear you properly.
My Lord, I'll try to stand closer to the mic.
Please, because I want to follow the question and then listen to the answer, and sometimes it fades, just to ensure that I can follow properly. Thank you, Mr. Sidney.
Thank you, my Lord. I was asking you about the effect of the drugs on you. And when you answered, or when you gave an explanation while you were under the influence, where that information that you gave, where did you get it from?
You know you will class and you will associate you information to
Dat was mijn eigen, ik weet niet hoe te zeggen, het was mijn eigen woord dat ik gedaan was.
It was my own words.
It was something that you had made up.
Is that opmaken?
Nee, my Lord.
No.
Yes, explain to us.
Dan die moet verdenken. I don't understand what really.
Let's take a step back. You told us that not everything you told Captain Saldanha was the truth.
Hy het vir hom gesê, nie alle wat jy aan Kaptein Saldanha gesê het was waar.
That's correct, my Lord.
You also told us those were your own words.
Hy het ook gesê dit was my eie woorde.
That's correct, my Lord.
So they came from your own mind through your own mouth.
Dit kom van die eie gedagte tot die eie mond.
That's correct, my Lord.
Now Mr. Season says, if it was not the truth, then it must be something that you made up.
That's correct, my Lord.
Thank you, ma'am. And you then went on to say that you also made a mistake when you said that Kelly took Joshlin back to the motor vehicle to show that this is Joshlin.
Hy het ook gesê hy het 'n foto gemaak en hy gesê dat Kelly se terug na die foto toe gaan wys die Joshlin is.
You recall it?
En jy het onthou,
That's correct, my Lord.
kan jy recall maar nog?
Now that mistake, what was the cause of that mistake or correction?
Wat was die foto of die verbetering?
Dat was mijn eigen afleiding geweest.
It was my own assumption. Man.
So this is something that you just assume.
That's die wat die aangeneem.
That's correct, my Lord.
Correct?
And you also corrected the number of times that accused number 3 went to the white polo that day.
Jy het ook verbetering gemaak hoeveel keer is nog met die net polo so gegaan.
Die maandag of zo.
Would that be the Monday or the Sunday?
On the Sunday,
Zondag.
Sy het net een keer na die polo toe gegaan.
She only went once to the polo.
Now,
Yeah, but this was, question was, the initial question, that you made a correction from what you initially said.
U het verbeter gemaak wat u
Because
eerst gesê het.
initially was that she came back to fetch Joshlin and then to Joshlin again, so it would have been twice.
Wat die eerste getuienis was geweest, iets is ek teruggekom, wat ons het gevat, na die polo toe weer, om te wys die Joshlin is.
Can you recall that?
Kan jy dit onthou?
That's correct, my
Kan
lord.
jy recall that onthou?
So the correction you made was that she only went once.
Die verandering of verbetering wat u aangebring het, is dat sy net een keer gegaan in die polo toe.
That's correct, my lord.
thank you, my lord. Now, that mistake, was it as a result of fear or of being under the influence?
Was hierdie fout omdat u bang was, of omdat u onder invloed was?
Invloed was.
Influence. Under influence.
That was on the Sunday.
Dit is Sondag.
That is so down, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. You also,
No, I thought you were going to follow up on that one. But you told me that on that Sunday you only smoked after the event.
U het al gesê, Sondag uit die middag gehoor.
That's correct, my lord.
So how could the mistake then be as a result of being under the influence?
Maar wat sou dan veroorsaak dat hierdie fout sou wees, is verband, dit was terwille van u onder invloed was.
Dit was van die bank, was bang geweest, niet de invloed.
I was scared under the influence.
thank you, my lord. And then it was also pointed out to you, or you mentioned, that you were able to hear and see everything. And that was corrected to state that you could only see what was going on.
Can you repeat it?
In your confession, you mentioned that you could hear and see what was going on.
Bekend is ek het gesê, u kon hoor en sien.
Your correction in court was that you could only see what was happening.
U het dit reggestel en gesê, kon net sien wat het plaasgevind het.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, when you said you could hear and see, what caused that error?
As u sê dat u sou gehoor en gesien, wat sou dit wees?
Dus ik zei, was mijn eigen afleiding.
As I said, that was my own assumption.
What do you mean it was your own assumption?
Wat bedoel u daarmee?
Ik deed wat ik was gezien en toen ik mijn eigen afleiding zei, maar ik kan gehoord en ik kan gezien.
When I saw him, I thought I could hear and I could see. That's why I assumed that I could hear and I could see.
You thought you could hear.
Die gedanke kon hoor.
That's correct, my lord.
And the final thing which you had changed was that when the planning of what was going to happen actually took place.
Ander veranderen is van die plan wat so plaasvind.
According to the confession, this occurred on a Monday.
Volgens die bekentenis dit so gebeur die maandag.
You then corrected it and said it was on a Sunday evening.
Maar u het reggestel en sê nee, het was 'n Sondag aand.
That's correct.
What caused that error? What caused that error?
Wat het dit veroorsaak? Wat het hierdie probleem veroorsaak? Wat hierdie veroorsaak?
Ik is weer teruggegaan en weer gaan zeker maken, waar ik de fouten gemaakt heb.
I just went back and make sure as to where I made those mistakes.
No, the question was,
Vraag was,
why or what was the cause that you made that mistake between the Sunday and the Monday?
wat het veroorsaak dat u hierdie skuld sou wegmaak van die sondag op die maandag?
Ik heb de antwoord, my Lord.
I don't have an answer, my Lord.
Could it been, oh, you do recall that the person recording your statement tried to clarify with you before you got to the event of that Monday morning?
Kan u onthou wat die persoon het aan u verduidelik of het u gepraat voordat u so gesê dat die maandag gaan gebeur?
Not whether
Verstaan, my Lord.
it was translated con. The context of the question is, can you recall that she in fact clarified with you between the Monday and the Sunday?
U sê verduidelik aan u in verband wat gebeur het tussen sondag en die maandag.
No. I never used the word explain. That Captain Saldanha clarified, opgeklaar het. Is die Afrikaans. Can you recall, remember I watched, all of us would have watched Exhibit 1. So we could see you sitting there with Captain Saldanha, and we could hear the discussion that took place. Now Mr. Siegnerijn asked you that when you got to that place, just before it says op die maandagoggend, that she first clarified things with you. Can you recall that? I know you might not have seen the video recently, or might never have seen the video, but can you recall such an incident?
Meestal van nou dat hy hierdie diskussie wat ek ongelukkig gesien het, maar daaroor het ook Captain Saldanha al opgeklaar.
Nee, my Lord.
No.
Thank you. Ma'am, as put to you by the court, we all had an opportunity to view Exhibit 1.
Meestal van ons het geleentheid gehad om te kyk na die bewysheid hier.
And I'm putting to
Just
you,
a minute. I don't want to correct the interpreter all the time. That was not the question. The question was not that most of us viewed Exhibit 1. The question was all of us viewed Exhibit 1.
Al van ons het gekyk na die bewysheid. Almal van ons.
Are you aware of that?
Right, kennis daarvan?
That's correct, my Lord.
Yes.
and I put it to you, it's clear in Exhibit 1,
Dis duidelik in die bewysheid
where the captain questions you and ensures that you had dealt with the night of the 18th and that you were moving on to the following day, the Monday.
Sê seker gemaak dat julle so met die vorige aand daarvan gepraat het en nie so voortgaan na die maandag.
That's correct.
Yes, and she made sure that you understood that. Is that correct? She made sure that you were aware now, we are done with Sunday now, we're definitely moving on to Monday.
Ze het zeker gemaakt als je er klaar is, dat is op weer de zondag. Dus nou in maandag gaan eerder gebeuren. Is nog klaar met zondag, of zal nog gaan maandag gebeuren klaar.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes. And that's when you mentioned to her that the plan was discussed on that Monday morning.
Die het ook van gezegd dat de plan was toen die kinderen tussen die was opgeleid maandagochtend. Het niet van gezegd, de plan was toen tussen ons gesprek die maandagochtend.
No. Question is not that it was discussed amongst them, that the plan was discussed. It's only that the plan was discussed that Monday morning.
De plan was gesprek die maandagochtend.
That's correct, my lord.
And the reason I want to be precise on that question is because of what is going to follow. Because you're going to take the witness where she was when she heard this discussion of the plan. But if the question is not properly put to the witness in Afrikaans, then the witness will get confused. So I had to clarify that.
Thank you, Madam. Now, according to this confession to the lady with the white hair,
Volgens in de bekentenis met die dame met de blonde haren,
you were standing outside
die het buiten gestaan,
when you heard accused 1 and 3 speak about the money.
accused 1 en 3,
Speak about the money.
toen gepraat oor geld.
That's correct, my lord.
You were not in the house with them.
Die was er niet.
Die zondag.
Sunday,
Ma'am, I'm reading from your statement. This is in your statement. You say,
hier vanaf die verklaring, die verklaring sê,
Maybe, let's do the following, so that the witness is not confused and keep on asking what day of the week it was. The statement reads, and I'm going to read it slowly. Maandagoggend
Monday morning,
gaan ek terug na Boeta en Kelly se huis toe.
I went back to Puta and Kelly's house.
Toe hoor ek
Then I heard,
buitekant. Ek staan buitekant.
I was standing outside.
Kelly en Boeta gesels oor die geld.
Kelly and Puta were talking about the money.
Hoeveel gaan Kelly en hoeveel gaan sy in vir die persone gee wat teenwoordig was?
How much is going to give to the person who was present? How much Kelly? How much would give it to the person who was present?
Did you understand?
Persons, my lord. Persone, persons.
Yeah, that's what I read. Vir die persone wat teenwoordig was. Did you understand that?
Ek het dit verstaan.
That's correct, my lord.
This is what's written down here. Now you will recall that it was read back to you at a later stage by Captain Sylvia.
Je kan onthou dat dit teruggeneem was op 'n later stadium deur kaptein Sylvia.
That's correct, my lord.
And the other day I explained to you what one can see on the video.
Die ander ding dat ek vir julle gesê wat ek kon sien op die video.
You were looking at her or down almost to where she was writing.
En vir dis 'n bietjie lastig.
You were looking at Captain Sylvia, but more to the spot on the table where she was writing.
Hier na gekyk, maar meer na die kante waar sy geskryf het. In die rigting waar sy geskryf het.
Dat is correct.
And she was noting everything that you said, every word.
Sy het geskryf by alles wat die van gesê het, elke woord wat die van gesê het.
Dat is recht, my lord.
That is why, when I read now,
Dis
one
hoekom
had,
sy het gelees het.
one had a sentence that says, toe hoor ek buitekant, ek staan buitekant. It seems like a repetition, but it's your own clarification of where you were standing. Do you understand?
Hier het dit weer herhaal, toe hoor ek, toe staan ek buitekant, dis herhaal wat dieselfde. Kan nie verstaan.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Do you now understand the questions that Mr. Sidnarain is posing to you relates to that part that you told Captain Sylvia?
Die vraag van discussie nummer 3 se probeer is in verband met wat u aan Captain Sylvia gesê het.
Soos ek gesê het, ek was banger en was
No,
stress.
I don't want your explanations now. I just want for you to be clear what we're talking about. That's all.
Dat is correct, my lord, I understand.
And it's clear from what I've read to you
Dus dit van wat ek geleer van wat ek gelees het,
on what you told Captain Sylvia,
wat u vir Captain Sylvia gesê het,
that this happened on the Monday morning.
die het plaasgevind in die maandagoggend.
Ik verstaan, my lord.
Understand?
Thank you, Mr. Sidnarain.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you close to done
I'll get close, my lord.
to get to putting your client's version?
Beg
Are
your
you
pardon?
close to finishing off?
Not really, my lord.
We don't have to rehash everything that's been covered by your colleagues on these statements because we are repeating. But continue, but I'm not going to go back to all the statements.
Yes, my lord. Now, ma'am, you agree that there is another mistake in this because it does not mention that you were actually present during this discussion and the sharing of the money.
Is iets nou verkeerd in die verklaring, maar u nie sê ek was teenwoordig in hierdie gesprek. Hierdie gesprek plaasgevind het in die verklaring. In die verklaring staan nie, maar u sê ek was deel van die gesprek.
Ik heb die antwoord niet.
Wanneer we dansen,
I put it to you
ek stel het aan u,
that it is not here and you do not have an answer because it did not happen.
u het nie antwoord van dit het plaasgevind. Dit het gebeur.
Dat het gebeur.
Dit het
In your
My Lord,
confession,
my Lord, in all fairness, if I may, the same document and in that paragraph, it refers to hoeveel gaan sy vir die mense gee wat teenswoordig was. And in the next paragraph, when you turn the page to page 5, hoeveel gaan sy vir my gee, laat ek net die sin volledig wees, te sê ek vir haar, by my gaan dit nie oor geld nie. Hoeveel gaan sy vir my gee nie? Ek vra vir haar, Kelly, hoekom het sy dit gedoen? En toe sê sy vir my, which implies that she was there, she's speaking, this is a conversation with Kelly. I'm merely saying that that is open to interpretation. That's not the
You
only.
can argue that.
Thank you,
would have
my lord.
allowed the question if I was of the view that it was not a fair question and incorrect. In the context of the question, it was an admissible and a fair question, and the question was answered in the manner it was answered.
As the court pleases.
Thank you. Let's get a move on, Mr. Sidnara.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, in your confession, you do not mention
And he became innocent.
accused number 3 breaking the window.
Accused number 3,
Breaking the window.
that the person number 3 became the and he was second innocent. He was great to say that accused number 3 came in as a breaker.
Do you agree?
Any son? What's the confession? Witness wants to know.
In your statement to the lady with the white or the grey hair, you do not mention that accused number 3 broke a window.
Verklaring voor de dame met de jaar. Je hebt niet gezegd dat het is nummer 3. Je hebt aan genoemd dat het is nummer 3. Geen gebreken.
That's correct, my lord.
Why not?
Dus ik zeg, ik weet niet die hele waarheid gaan zeggen.
As I said, I didn't tell you the whole truth.
So you chose not to tell her that.
Je gekies om het te vertellen.
That's correct.
Is there other information that you had or was aware of that you chose not to say?
Is daar enig inligting wat je van cancel daar wat je besluit dat je gaat niet het woord raad. Je gaat niet het vast zijn.
Verstaan.
I don't understand it.
Was that the only thing that you chose not to mention?
Dat is het enige wat je besluit dat je gaat niet het vast zijn. De gebrek van de cancel. Al wat je besluit dat je gaat niet het vast zijn.
Daar is nog gedeelte wat ik je waren zeggen, die wat in de statement staan.
There's other stuff which is in the statement which I didn't tell you.
You didn't ask her what it was. Tell her what
Yes,
it was.
my lord. Did you mention that accused number 3 was so upset that she took a knife and threatened to stab accused number 1?
Je hebt iemand gezegd dat schuldig nummer 3 was zo omgekrap op vanzelf dat zij schuldig nummer 3 nummer 1 zo gedreigd had om beschikt met een mes.
Nee, my lord.
Why not?
Kom,
Ik heb geen andere reden om te zeggen.
I don't have another reason as to say.
Maar zoals ik zeg, ik die al die waarheid gaan zeggen. Dat is al wat ik kan
As I
zeggen.
said, I didn't tell you the whole truth.
Are you done with the window? Are you done with the window?
My lord, just double checking that I'm done.
No, are you done with the window?
Yes, my lord, my
So whilst
instructions.
you're checking, I just want to clarify on the window. So if the window is broken,
As die answer to
it would be
probleem was,
it would be easier for the person standing outside to hear.
sal dit as dit beter dat persoon op die buiten staan en hoor
Do you agree?
staan, stem jy saam?
Dat is correct, my lord.
When was the first time that you mentioned to anybody about the broken window?
Wanneer vir die eerste keer het jy aan 'n persoon gespraat in verband met 'n gebreekte venster?
Wanneer heb ik gepraat met de persoon?
Yeah, when was the first time you told anybody about the broken window?
Wanneer het jy vir die eerste keer 'n persoon vertel van die gebreekte venster?
Dat was het, die tijd hoe dat ik samen met kapitein Lombard en iemand van Donder.
When I was Captain Lombard and Advocate Van Donder.
That was in October, between the 11th and the 16th of October 2024.
In Oktober 2024.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Why was it important to tell him about the broken window?
Moest my lord?
Why was it important to tell him about the breaking of the window?
Waarom is het belangrijk dat u voor hem vertellen over die gebruikte venster?
Van meneer Kaptein Lombard nou.
Yes,
Ja, kapitein Lombard.
Want ik heb tijd dan wat Kaptein Lombard naar mij toe komt om die verklaring af te geven. Dat ik voor mezelf gezegd, ik ga die waarheid, alles gaat ik paraat.
Because on that day when Captain Lombard came to me, I said that I'm going to speak the whole truth.
and I'll explain to you why I'm asking the questions.
Ik ga voor u verleden omvragen.
It may be, or maybe not,
Zeker, zeker niet.
that at the end of this case,
Op de ene van jullie zaak,
when the advocates are going to argue their case,
wanneer die procureur zijn zaak zal worden opgetoegd,
it might be suggested
en de zal een voorstel moeten maken.
the reason why the broken window entered the story
De reden voor die gebruikte venster in verband met de story,
7 months after the confession
7 maanden na die bekentenis,
was to strengthen your case, that you could hear what was being said from the inside of the house.
als om die kan van die zaak te versterken, dat die kon horen wat in de wissel gebeurde op praat is.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
Dat is correct, my lord.
What do you think I should do with a submission like that? Because you were the one that says, I didn't tell them in March, I only told them in October. Do you have any view or comment?
Sê bijvoorbeeld, die progresvragen dat of zijn moeten worden, jullie gebruikte venster, die wordt net die zaak versterken. Wat is die commentaar, wat bedoel wat zou je zeggen? Wat is die commentaar daarover? Die wordt net die zaak versterken, die wordt net geworden dat allemaal weet en dat iets is een maand, iets is in oktober, dat is een paar maanden na dit.
Want soos ek gesê het, ek het gevoel in daai tyd dat Kaptein Lombard, ek gevoel ek gaan van dit net sê.
Because at the time when I spoke to Captain Lombard, that was the time I felt that I wanted to speak about it.
Who took the pictures for exhibit? It was Warrant Officer Clark that took the pictures in Exhibit W, where one can see the window, but because of the light you can't see whether the window pane was broken. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sidney.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, you did not witness this window being broken.
Ik heb niet gezien dat die venster gebeurd is.
Is that correct?
Sê vir weer meneer sorry.
Can you repeat that again?
You did not see this window being broken.
Ik heb niet gezien die venster gebreid worden.
Ek het nie gesien die venster is gebreek, maar ek het gehoor dit was die venster uitslaat.
I didn't see the wound would have been broken, but I could hear when she hit out the glass.
So you did not know whether she threw the stone or she held it in her hand.
Ik kan ook niet zeggen of ze die klop gegooid of het naar aan gaat.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right.
Did you, well, obviously you went and stood next to the window afterwards. Did you get an opportunity to see the broken window?
Ik heb de kans gekregen toen ik in venster kon staan. Ik heb ook de kans gezien, ik heb ook gezien dat op de venster.
Dat is correct, ek het gesien.
Yes, I saw.
Looking at that window, which part of the window was broken? Was it the bottom half, the middle, the top part?
Kijk naar de venster, maar toch gedeelte van de venster was ingebroken. Minister of one step
Sit in die middel kap.
in the middle.
Ma'am, accused number 3 will deny that she ever broke any window.
The scholar number 3 says that no defense was made.
Sy het die venster uitgekap.
She hit the window out.
She will deny that her hands were ever cut as well.
Sy sal ook straight dat haar hand gesnee was.
Haar aan was stukken gewees.
Her hand was cut.
Now, in your statement, you do not say that accused number 3 left for work that morning and then returned that afternoon.
En die verklaring het nie gesê, scholar number 3 die oggend is gewerk en kom weer terug namiddag.
Dis korrek.
No. Don't think the interpreter heard the question correctly, because it was exactly the opposite of what the question was. But now, Mr. Sivanan, this question was asked many times between your two colleagues, and it was repeated a number of times by themselves, and I had to stop them.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the value of asking it again? Is there any value, evidentiary value, in asking the question again, only by a different person?
No, my lord, that was an oversight, ma'am. I was not aware that it was asked.
Because all of these issues in Exhibit X, Exhibit R, Exhibit O, it's been covered. The road surface is getting thin.
Thank you, my lord.
I don't want to cut you short, but I would suggest that you get to the point where you put your client's version and wrap up.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, dealing with your evidence, I'm going to compare your evidence to your statement which you made to Lombard. I just want to ask you about a few things.
En die getuienis, ek gaan vergelyking met die getuienis en wat in die verklaring staan dat u aan hom wat maak. Ek gaan u vir 'n paar vrae daaroor vra.
That's Exhibit X.
Thank you, my lord. During your examination in chief,
En die hoofgetuie, hoof ondervraging,
you had said to us that after Kelly or Q3 had returned with the money,
nadat beskuldige nommer 3 Kelly met die geld teruggekom het,
you had knocked on the door,
u het aan die deur geklop,
you went inside and that you had called Kelly and you asked her what was going on.
u is toe in die huis, u roep vir Kelly en vra haar wat gaan aan.
But in your statement you say that
After verklaring sê u,
after hearing that you would receive 1,000 rand,
nadat ek gehoor het dat ek 'n besigheid sou ontvang,
and while you were halfway into the house,
op pad in die huis,
Kelly called you to her.
Kelly from me, I need to go.
Do you hear that?
Is it correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes. So,
I covered that point with a witness yesterday, but I will allow the question.
thank you, my lord.
I made a note yesterday. It was 132 on my page 96, book 2. Yes? Do you see the difference?
Kan u die verskil sien?
That's correct, my lord.
Can you explain the difference?
Kan u dan die verskil dan verduidelik?
Die 204, dat is waar, my lord. Ik heb een antwoord.
The 204 is the true, my lord, I don't have an answer.
And
Yeah.
you told us that
He said, further,
whilst accused 3 was scolding at accused number 1,
toe beskuldig nummer 3 na beskuldig number 1 skel,
you told him to take his backpack and
hy het
take a walk.
gesê, hy moet sy rugsak pak.
Dat is correct, ik heb het van hem gezegd.
Yes, I told him.
But in your statement to Lombard, it says here,
Die verklaring aan nou van president, sê dit dan,
Which paragraph?
hold on, if I can just find it.
Whilst you're looking for the paragraph, I just want to go back to the previous question. So you decided in October of last year to tell the truth.
hy het
Or
besluit,
before that, but the statement, the 204 statement was made in October.
hy het toe besluit vir 3 jaar in Oktober, hy sal ek gaan die waarheid praat. Die verklaring, ek weet nog nie verklaring sal neem in Oktober vir 3 jaar.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And that truth would not change.
En ja, die waarheid gaan nie verander nie.
Dat is rechts van my lord.
So would you agree with me that one would then expect the evidence that you give in this court will be consistent with the statement that you made in October last year, the 204 statement?
Dit word nog vandag verklaar die Taylor die in hofsaal afreed sal dieselfde is as wat hy in die 2004 verklaring gegee het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Would you agree with me on the previous question?
Sal nie die saam sien,
That is,
vraag,
there is a big difference between somebody walking away from you and you calling that person back to speak to the person. That's the one scenario. And the other one, you minding your own business, but that person comes and knocks on your door and calls you to speak to you. It's two totally different things. Would you agree?
As 'n verskil waar byvoorbeeld 'n persoon van af die wegloop. En weer sê byvoorbeeld is nog by die huis. 'n Persoon kom na u, persoon klop. Daar's verskil tussen die twee scenario's. Die maniere. Sy loop weg, persoon loop weg. Maar is nog by die huis, 'n persoon kom klop. Weg van die af, persoon kom na u. Daar's 'n verskil tussen die twee.
Dat is een verschil, my lord.
So that's the difference Mr. Sidnarain pointed out to you between your 204, because you call it a 204 statement, and the evidence that you gave in chief.
Wat beskuldig nummer 3 se prokureur vir u wil bewys is dat in die 204 is verskil wat nie nog van gepraat het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
The prosecutor seems surprised. Maybe when you prepare argument, you look at paragraph 35 of Exhibit X, and you look at the evidence. I have it as my paragraphs 131 and 132 of the evidence in chief. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sidnaran.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, the last question which I posed, where I mentioned that Butta went into the house and came out with his backpack, that's on paragraph 7, the last sentence.
7.
7, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now I have to go back. All right, you can ask your question.
Thank you, my Lord. Ma'am, you got to accused three's home on the Sunday to request food.
Hier is de beschuldiging van de politie is aangekomen zondag om post te gaan vragen.
That's correct, my Lord.
And from the way you relayed your story to us, I understood it as you would have remained at accused number 3's place right up until the fight with her and Butta or accused number 1 ended and that she walked away from the house.
Ik moest nou aanvaarden dat jullie hier daar gebleven is, die aangekomen. Bij het begin van jullie gevecht, tot die tijd was ik weggelopen.
That's recht, so my Lord.
You understand me correctly, ma'am? You got there just after 9,
Hier is daar aangekomen zo na 9.
and according to your evidence, when you looked at the time or was aware of the time, that would have been around 1 o'clock.
Toen weer keek naar die tijd was het zo ongeveer bij 1 uur.
That's totally, my Lord.
And you were at accused number 3's house that entire time.
Die was de hele tijd bij beschuldiging nummer 3 6.
That's recht, so my Lord.
Now, you remember you were questioned about the food, whether you received any food.
Kan u onthou dat u gevraagd was voor de kost, of u enige kost gekregen?
That's correct.
Yes.
You told the court that when you told accused number 1 that you are leaving around 1 o'clock, you said you left to go and prepare food for your family.
U heeft nog gezegd, toen u die plek van de beschuldiging nummer 3 zo verlaat, u heeft gezegd, u was op pad naar je huis toe, waar u zo kost voorbereid voor het gezin.
That's recht, my Lord.
Now, you had no food at home when you left.
I didn't
Toen
hear
u
that.
je huis verlaat, u kost aan de
You did not have any food at home when you left because you made all the food for Ayana that morning.
u heeft de kost deze keer gekregen, toen u terug naar je huis toe, want u ochtend heeft u al je kost van je aandacht gemaakt.
That's recht, so my Lord.
Dat is correct?
So, from that time, up until the time you say you went to prepare food, you were at accused 3's house.
Vanaf die tijd waar u daar gekomen totdat u nog naar je huis toe, want u zo gezegd is gaan kost maken, was u in de beschuldiging nummer 3 6.
Ik heb van Kelly weer naar mijn huis toe gegaan. Ik heb van Kelly weer naar mijn huis toe gegaan.
I went from Kelly's house again to my house.
Now are you saying that between 9 and 1 o'clock you did go to your house?
Want u nou sê tussen 9 en 1 uur, u was nie naar je huis toe.
That's correct, my Lord.
But I just asked you to listen carefully to the question. I made sure you understood.
Ik heb u vir u gevra, u moet mooi luister naar die vraag en maak seker dat u dit verstaan.
So what's the question?
When, my Lord, I'll just continue with her answer. When did you go to your house that time, in between that time?
Wanneer is u naar je huis toe tussen die tijden?
Ik kan niet precies zeggen die tijd nie.
I can't say precisely the time.
Was this during the fight between accused number 1 and 3?
Was dit gedurende die gestrede oor die feit tussen beskuldigde 1 en 3?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Yes, in relation to what you told us, at which point did you leave and go?
In verband met dat u vir ons toe gesê het op watter punt, watter stadium is u toe na die huis toe?
Dat was geweest na die strijd van Bhutan in Kiali, toe gaan reis toe.
After the fight of the parliament between Kelly and Bhutan, I went home.
Yes, and according to your evidence, that was around 1 o'clock.
Volgens u getuienis was dit begin.
Dus ik zei, ik weet die tijd dat ik ga lopen deed.
As I said, I don't know the time when I left, what the time was.
Ma'am, I put it to you, you cannot tell us the time, and you said you did not go there previously because you did not go home.
I don't follow. Maybe I can't hear you properly.
I apologize, my lord. Ma'am, I put it to you that you did not or mention to me that you went home in between. And you also cannot give me a time because you did not.
Ik was bij de huis geweest.
I was at the house.
You also told the court that at 1 o'clock you left to go to the car wash to give food to Ayanda.
Dat is correct.
U het ook gesê dat een is van jouself na Ayana was gestuur.
And I put it to you, that can't be. Because your evidence was that you only left accused Lee's house at 1 o'clock.
Dit kon nie die geval was nie, want u het net erop gesê dat u het beskuldigde nommer 3 steeds verlaat by 1 uur. Om 1 uur.
And according to your evidence, you still had to go prepare food.
Volgens u getuienis, u moes nog gaan kos maak. Of
Dis-
kos voorberei.
Dat is correct.
That's correct?
Yes, so
Can you not leave this for argument?
indeed so, my lord, I am moving on now, my lord. Now, you told us that you overheard accused 3 say that she received the money.
U het gesê dat u het gehoor dat beskuldigde nommer 3 soos sê dat ontvang het gekry.
Dat is recht zo.
So why didn't you ask her for your share when during discussion, because she already had it in her possession?
Hoekom het u nie vir u wil gevra? Want sy sê die klaar gehad, u wil gevra.
Ik versta hem nog niet, meneer.
Hoekom het u nie vir u heel die bestand van gevra, aangezien sy as dit geld daar gehad het, u gesels het nie.
Die tijd dat ze samen Boeta eerst een apparaat overgehaald.
At first he spoke to Buddha about the money.
Yes. Anything else?
Nog iets anders?
En toen hoor ik wat de beplanning is van wat zij praat samen met Boeta over Joshlin. En toen ze daar wat ik in is.
That's when I heard her speaking about the plan said Joshlin and spoke to Buddha. That's when I went in.
Yes, and then when you went in, you didn't ask for your share because you already had it.
Toen u ingaan, het u nie vir u deel gevra nie, u share gevra nie.
Nee, my lord.
No.
You say when you observed accused number 3 standing by this polo, you saw something being handed over to her.
U het gesê toe u beskuldigde nommer 3 by die polisie observeer, het u gesê u het gesien iets aan haar oorhandig was. Aan
Dis-
haar gegee was.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Can you describe what you saw?
Kan u beskryf wat u gesien het?
Ik kan niet gezien wat het is, maar ik heb gezien die persoon geeft iets aan Kelly aan de handen.
I couldn't see what it was, but I could see the person giving Kelly something into her hand.
What did that something look like?
What did it do? It's gelijk.
Dus
What did it? It's gelijk.
voor mij was het volgens van het gebruikelijk zoals gehaald, die papier wat zij had.
According to me, it looked like money. The paper, the witness, they must take with the hand, my lord. The paper she had in the hand.
We dealt with this yesterday, but I just want to ask you, are you trying to say that you could see money in someone's hand approximately 80 meters away?
Sê u dan u kon geld sien in 'n persoon se hand wat so 80 meter van hier was?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Then how are you describing what you saw?
Hoe beskryf u dan wat u gesien het?
Zoals ik gezien heb die tijd wat Kelly, die vrouw iets in Kelly's hand, geeft mijn eigen afleiding gemaakt, dat is gehaald.
As I saw that the lady gives up Kelly something, my own assumption was it was money. Net met gezien. Het u die item gezien?
Just make an assumption.
Het u maar net een aangeneem. Het gezien of
Nee,
aangeneem?
aangeneem, my lord.
An assumption, I made an assumption.
What did you see?
Wat heb je gezien?
Ik intussen die vrouw geeft iets aan Kelly, iets aan Kelly's hand.
I saw the lady handing something in Kelly's hand.
Could you see what type of substance it was?
Kon je zien wat het voor iets was?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Now I'm confused. Because you just told us less than a minute ago that it looked like money, paper, that she had, until Mr. Sivnarine pointed out the distance, then suddenly it was just an assumption.
Dat was mijn eigen afleiding wat ik ga maken, dat is gehaald.
Own assumption I made, my lord.
Why did you tell me just before that it looked like paper?
Hoe kom je dan van de gezin voor het papier is?
Sorry, my lord.
Do you have an answer?
Is je antwoord?
Nee, my lord.
No answer, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Sivnarine.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, accused number 3 will deny that she ever said to you that she had sold her child, Joshlin.
Beskuldig nummer 3 sal verwerp of sal ontken dat sy vir u gesê het dat sy haar kind Joshlin verkoop.
Sy het dit gedoen.
She did it, my lord.
She will deny that there was ever any planning with any person regarding this offense.
Sy ontken dat daar enige plan was met enige persoon in verband met die klag. Met die daad.
Sy het dit gedoen.
She did it, my lord.
Now, ma'am, my instructions are that
Die instructie is dat
accused number 3 never met any person by Apollo.
beskuldig nummer 3 geen persoon ontmoet by Apollo.
Sy het,
She did.
And she denies that any item was handed to her, more specifically money.
Sy ontken dat die geen of iets aan gegee was vir naam geld.
dit was so gewees.
It was like that.
accused number 3 did have this money as you say, it then would not have been necessary for her to borrow money from Carl and Ziegers, that money.
So even in some things, as a student, you so geld had is dat key gebeur. Maar dat het nie nodig was om geld te opnemen by muziekers, zoals je gesê het.
Ik weet niet van die geld ze geleend bij iemand, ik weet niet van nie.
I have got no knowledge about money she borrowed from someone.
Well, there was evidence before this court that she had borrowed approximately 150 or 200 rand on that specific day.
As getuie is voor die hof, gekom het tot het feit dat sy wel in die dag 150 rand geleend het.
Ik weet niet van nie.
I have no knowledge of that.
But you agree with me that if she did have the 20,000, there was no need for her to borrow money from him.
Maar sa akin is samen sin, as sy die dag is dan gaan as dat so dat geen rede wat is om dat te doen.
Ik stem niet samen nie.
I don't agree with you.
Why?
Kom nie,
Want ze heeft dit gedaan.
was sy die.
My instructions from accused number 3 are that she never saw you at all on the morning of the 19th of February 2024.
Instructie van de stel nummer 3 is dat sy het vir jullie week die 19e oggend gesien van die maand Februarie 2024.
Ik was daar geweest op maandagochtend,
I was there in Monday morning
voor ze weer doorgaan het.
before she left to work.
She will deny that there ever was an argument between her and Butta the previous day, the 18th of February.
Sy sal ontken dat daar gestrede was tussen sy en Boeta die vorige dag.
That is Sunday morning.
Sondag.
She will tell the court.
Let the witness answer.
Sorry, madam.
Kan
Stel
meneer
nummer
Roelie,
3 sê sy ontken dat 'n gestrede was tussen haarself en Boeta die vorige dag, dis Sondag.
alle twee het gestreden zondag, dat is
Hy
recht.
het die argument die Sunday morning.
Yes.
She will deny that she told anything relating to the giving away or the sale of Joshlin to Butta.
Sy ontken dat sy gesê het dat oor die verhandeling word oorgegee van Joshlin.
Kan meneer of mij weer herhalen?
Can you please repeat that again?
She will deny that she ever had any conversation with accused number 1 regarding the sale of Joshlin.
Sy sal ontken dat sy enige respek sou gehad het met die skuldige nummer 1 in verband met die verkoop van Joshlin.
Zij heeft respect gehad met Boeta, oor Joshlin zo'n koperij.
She had a conversation with Boeta about the sale of Joshlin.
She will deny that she ever went to any pile of rubbish and dug around in there.
En sy sal ook ontken dat sy op enige stadium na klomp vullis gegaan het waar sy deur soek het.
Zij was daar geweest bij die vullis.
She was there at the heap of this rubbish.
She will deny that she ever told you that she sold it.
Sy verder ontken dat sy vir gesê het dat sy Joshlin verkoop het.
Zij heeft het gedaan.
She did.
also denied that she ever packed any cooler bag with Joshlin's clothing.
Sy verder ontken dat sy op enige stadium klere van Joshlin in 'n koelerbag gepak het.
Ik heb gezien ze doen het.
I saw her doing it.
She will also deny that there was any discussion relating to the time and where Joshlin should be dropped off on the Monday, the 19th.
Sy sal ook ontken dat daar enige gesprek was waar Joshlin sou gedrop word die maandag.
Daar was een gesprek geweest met Joshlin.
There was a discussion about Joshlin.
She would deny that she ever told you she's going to share money with you or give you R1,000, and Stefano accused number 2, R1,200.
Sy sal verder ontken dat sy met iets vir iets sou beloof het, R1,000 en R1,200 vir Stefano.
Ze heeft aan mij gezegd, ze gaf mij R1,000 geen inverboet. En voor Stefano is een R200. Ze heeft het gezegd.
She told me that she was going to give me R1,000, R1,200 to Stefano.
In fact, she denies everything you say relating to her with regard to this offense. Relating to her with regard to this offense. To accused number 3. Yes, thank you, madam.
Sy ontken alles in verband met wat sou plaasgevind het op die gebeure.
The wording of the question was framed in a particular way. So I wanted to be interpreted to the witness in that way. It's a so-called umbrella question. So just rephrase the question. It's not about what had happened. It's about the offences. That's the term that's been used. So just repeat it, Mr. Signaran. I don't want to do your job nor the interpreters.
Accused number 3 is going to deny
Beskuldigde nommer 3 sal ontken
everything that you say
alles wat jy gesê het
about her with regard to this offense.
in verband met hierdie saak.
Dat is de waarheid.
It is the truth
Wat ze gedaan het.
what she did.
Mean the charges of aanklagte
Die aanklagte.
of klagtes.
Sy ontken
Maar in the context of this, it relates to the charges.
sy ontken
Die aanklagte.
wat u en hom opgedra het in verband met die aanklagte teen haar.
Comment?
Ik verstaan, ik kan hier goed met het weer.
So, Mr. Signarine puts it to you,
Meneer Sidney,
and I'm going to read in to try and explain to you that Ms. Smith-Kelly denies everything that you said about her involvement in these offences. In other words, on the human trafficking and the kidnapping charge, and all the ones I've cautioned you about.
al die klagte wat ek hier van gewaarsku het van. Sy
Ja.
ontken haar betrokkenheid in enige van wat u op geplaas het in verband met klagtes teen haar ontken dit.
Ze heeft het gedaan, my lord.
Sy did it, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
With me
Sal u met my saamstem
that majority of what you said
meestal wat u gesê het
in your statement to the lady with the white hair, Exhibit R,
die meerderheid wat u aan die dame gesê het in die verklaring, die beste A,
and your statement to Mr. Lombard,
en die verklaring aan meneer Lombard,
are very similar.
As min of meer dieselfde.
My
Can you repeat that again?
They are very similar.
Hulle is min of dieselfde.
Contents of Exhibit R and Exhibit X, that's the statements to the lady with the white hair and Captain Lombard, are very similar. That was the phrasing of the question.
Die verklaring wat u so sê aan die dame in die vleeszaal en wat u aan kapitein Lombard gesê het, verklaring, twee verklaringen. Hier staat die dame met vleeszaal en die met Lombard. Hulle is min of meer dieselfde.
die een wat van Captain Lombard is die waarheid.
The one I get from Lombard as the truth, is the truth.
But they are very similar except for particular or specific details.
Hulle is min of meer dieselfde behalwe vir sekere detail.
That's correct, my lord.
And you confirm that on the night of the Sunday and the afternoon of the Monday you consume drugs.
Die bevestig dat die aand van die Sondag namiddag en die aand die middag namiddag van die Maandag dat die Willems gebruik het.
That's correct.
Now, the same way that being under the influence affected you when you made Exhibit R, could it not have had the same effect with regard to what you had seen and heard that Sunday night and Monday afternoon?
Can you repeat that again? It's a mouthful.
Seeing that being under the influence affected her correctness of
U
Exhibit
onder
R.
de invloed was dat vir u affecteer.
You and Mr. Blau,
Beg your pardon?
you and Mr. Blau are talking over each other, so I can't hear the question. So maybe if there's a long preamble, break it up, and then Mr. Blau can interpret that, and then you continue and interpret that, so that we have some
Thank you.
order, and so that I can hear the question as well.
You said that the statement made to the lady in the white hair cannot be relied upon because you were under the influence.
U het gesê die verklaring wat u aan die dame met die vleeszaal gemaak het, kan nie statig gemaak word nie, want u was onder de invloed.
Maar dat is die waarheid dat ik ook aan gezegd heb.
But this was also the truth which I related there.
But there were mistakes due to you being under the influence.
Maar daar was fouten aangezien onder de invloed was.
That's correct.
Now, would the same not apply to what you recall regarding that Sunday night, the 18th of February, and that Monday, 19th of February?
Sal dit nie hetzelfde wees van wat u so onthou het wat gebeur het Sondag namiddag en wat gebeur het die Maandag. Sal dit nie hetzelfde wees nie.
Zondag is met zijn eigen en maandag is zijn eigen.
Sunday is on its own, Monday is on its own.
Yes.
And I don't know why I have to constantly repeat, because I've cautioned counsel to try and keep it as simple as possible. But nobody listens. So let me try. And again, I have to give a long explanation because there's some confusion now. You told us yesterday
U het ons gister gesê
about the effects that these substances would have on you.
wat die effek hierdie
Can you recall that?
Willems aan die gaan aan die kan u dit onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
Stof, ja.
So, Mr. Sivnaran had put it to you, when you spoke to the lady with the white hair, Captain Sillier, you said to us, but then the drug still had an effect on you, so therefore one can't fully rely on it.
U het gesê die tyd toe u met kaptein se weer praat, was nie Wilms nog in die systeem gewees. U was nie vol sonder wat daar was nie uit die liggaam nie.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan jy?
That's correct, my lord.
Now we now know that on the Saturday, the Sunday, the 18th, and on the Monday, the 19th, you consumed similar substances.
U het gesê die Sondag 18de en die Maandag die dieselfde soort stowwe gebruik.
That's correct, my lord.
Now Mr. Sivnaren wants to know,
Nobody took away here.
did those substances that you use not affect your observation and recollection of what you saw?
Jy het dit nie u aangetast in verband wat u gehoor het en wat u gesien het. Hierdie stowwe wat u gebruik het. Wat u aangetast het passeer vorige tyd. Dit het nie vir u aangetast in verband met wat u gesien het, wat u sê u gehoor het.
Soos ek al meneer vir my lord sê, dit kan my gedagtes, want ek het mos nog baie en ek roep nou al lang al.
As I said to my lord, from my head, my lord, it may affect me because I was a little bit scared.
My
That's not what she
gedagtes.
said.
In gedachte, in my mind.
That's not what she said.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
The witness said could have affected her, and I'm cutting it short because she's been using these substances for a long time.
Oh, thank you.
Don't have to be sarcastic, Mr. Blount. You told us the other day, so I'm just checking with you. You told us the other day that these substances, the effect stays with you for quite a long period.
U het gesê hierdie wel wat u gebruik bly in die systeem vir 'n lang tyd.
That's correct, my lord.
And immediately prior to 18th and 19th February, you were on a daily basis consuming these substances.
Voor die gebeure van die 19 Februarie het ek op dagelijks basis Wilms gebruik.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Sivnaren.
Ma'am, my instructions from accused number 3 are that on the evening of the 19th,
Beskuldigde nommer 3 sê die namiddag van die 19de, die aand van die 19de,
when she realized Joshlin was missing, on the evening of the 19th, when she realized that her child Joshlin was missing,
toe sy besef dat Joshlin weg was,
she was informed by accused number 2
sy was deur beskuldigde nommer 2
Dat-
ingelig.
you were the last person to be seen with Joshlin.
U was die laaste persoon om te gesien word met Joshlin.
Dit is leuns.
Dis lies.
I'm further instructed that
Verder instructie is dat
she then came to your house that evening
sy het toe by u huis aangekom die aand.
but did not find you there.
Sy kon nie weer daar kry nie.
Sy lieg.
She's lying.
I'm instructed that it was only Ayanda with the children and he could not explain your whereabouts.
Sy sê toe verder, toe sy daar aankom wat net aan die kinders.
Sy
Ek
jok.
kon nie vir u, ek kon nie vir haar verbeter waar u was nie.
Sy jok.
She's lying.
I'm instructed that a possible reason that you are implicating her
Sy sê 'n moontlike rede waarom u vir 'n visa trek
is to save your own skin.
is om vir u self te red.
Dis nie waar nie.
That's not true.
I'm also instructed that
The other instruction is that
she believes that it was you and Ayanda who were the mastermind and who had committed this offense.
dis u en Ayanda wat die breine agter alles is, u julle die plagtes gepleeg.
Dit is nie waar nie. Dit is sy en Boeta.
Not true, my lord, it's a Buddha.
And that is also one of the main reasons why Ayanda suddenly left the
Dit is
Saldanha.
ook een van die hoofdredes waarom Ayanda sommer net verdwyn het.
Dis nie waar nie.
That's not true.
My lord, may I approach?
Is your first witness in the next phase of the trial here? Witness available? Once we're done with this witness. Whilst Mr. Sivnarang is consulting, are we going to start with the trials within trials?
There is one other aspect that I would...
can't hear you.
I'm sorry. There's one aspect that I would like to address you on before I call any other witness, just something. Then we intend leading the evidence of the investigating officer, and in his evidence we will most probably go over into a trial within a trial. In his evidence. That's the plan. If that is acceptable to the
Because
court.
I'm looking at the timing. You still have to re-examine.
Yes.
And then we'll most probably take a short adjournment before
Yes.
we go into the next phase.
We have several witnesses for the trial within trial already lined up, standing outside. So we have...
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sivnarang.
Thank you, my lord. Accused number 3 will deny that
Verskillende nummer 3 sal ontken
she acted in a common purpose with any other person or co-accused.
dat sy opgetree het in
Gemeenskaplike
gemeenskaplike
oogmerk.
Or with
ander
you,
beskuldiges
or with you to commit this
of
offense.
my u om hierdie plagtes te pleeg.
Sy het dit gedoen.
Sy het dit.
She believes that you are only doing so to save Ayanda and yourself. Yes. That is all, my lord.
Thank you. Re-examination.
Thank you, my lord. Please bear with me. Why did Ayanda leave?
Kom is Ayanda weg.
Dit was wat die maandag, die tyd wat hy aan dat die mense uit die gemeenskap gekom het en op hoor gewees het daar by die huis.
En weer weg.
Dit is die maandag aan, na loadsetting wat die mense gekom het, die gemeenskap, was op hoor gewees, en het kan en goed gaat, en hulle babaklaas op hulle koppe gehad.
It was Monday night after the load shedding when the community arrived there. They were quite very rowdy. They were flowers and some firearms with them.
Is this now the same community members, people, that also collected you?
As dit dezelfde persoon met mensen van de gemeenschap wat de commando?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Dit is Saldanha Bay se mense.
Kan je zeggen?
Saldanha Bay se gemeenskap.
It was Saldanha Bay community.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. You say it was community members that came there, they were rowdy, they wore balaclavas, had firearms. How did that make Ayanda leave? I'm trying to understand.
In verband met hierdie mense toe hulle aangekom hier sê was 'n boere gewees met vyrearm, met vuurwapens en die balaclavas. Hoe het Ayanda gevoel?
No. How did that make Ayanda leave?
Hoe dit maak gemaak dat Ayanda moet weggaan?
Sy broer het vir hom gesê, maar die plek is nou onveilig vir hom, want die gemeenskap was so agter hom aan.
His brother said to him that his life is not safe, the community is now after him.
En sy broer het hom gesê dat dit is maar die beste way, laat hy maar liewer na die Kaap toe gaan.
His brother said it's better for you to go to Cape Town
En bly daar.
and stay there.
And did you then go with him?
That's correct, my lord.
And your children?
En my two children.
And then did both of you come back from Cape Town again?
Julle weer beide terugkom van die Kaap.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct?
Why?
Tot 'n lange baan, sy broer sal boos kry daarso. Oorgekom van Cape Town af.
You came from Cape Town?
Lange baan, nee sorry nou voor dit nou. Voor ons vir Kaptein Lombard gekry het.
Before we got hold of Captain Lombard,
Was ons in die Kapen, kom ons Saldanha Bay toe.
we were in Cape Town and then
My lord, het is nou heel die mekaar, het is nou verkeerd gesê, sorry. Oud in die Kaap gebly, by Ayanda se bekom. Toe het Kaptein Lombard gekom,
Captain Lombard came.
en toe ek en Ayanda, en toe kunnen samen naar die politiestatie toe gekom. Die ben je niet.
Both we came with him to the police station.
En toen is daar vanaf dat ik was arresteerd moest geweest, hij is jou daar aangewezen.
That day, that night I was arrested.
En Ayanda was haar vanaf weer terugkaapt met twee kinders.
Ayanda then went back to Cape Town.
En haar vanaf dat ik weer van Ayanda moest zien niet. Dus ik de hele tijd moest in de gevangenis.
I didn't see Ayanda after that because I was in custody.
If I understand it correctly, she was arrested in Cape Town, apprehended in Cape Town by Captain Lombard, and Ayanda and the kids came back to Saldanha. She was then formally arrested and kept in custody. Ayanda and the kids went back to Cape Town, and that was the last she saw. So you didn't come back voluntarily to the hotspot.
Wie nou ik?
You and or Ayanda.
En of Ayanda.
Ik heb die van Ayanda gezien daar vanaf.
Je hebt die vrijwillig op je eigen teruggekomen van de verklaring.
Nee, ik heb tussen alle gezegd, Kaptein Lombard, het gebeld van wie we winnen. Toen hij speelde, wat ik weet, dat kaptein is, toen hij man voor ons kwam halen. Maar toen zei alle, die persoon nou, maar die politiestatie mensen zei, ons moet gauw politiestatie toe komen, want Ayanda zijn zuster Makalimo komt nou uit van, hij moet tekenen, Ayanda moet tekenen, laat zij kan uitkomen met die sjaaltjes, dat is hoe ons nou van Ayanda zijn broer afgekomen het nou tot die bewoner eenheid. Maar toen zei ik van Ayanda, ik ken die mensen wat hier bij ons is. En Ayanda strijdt toen samen met mij.
Just stop there. That's not the question I asked. And in any event, I'm not going to allow new evidence now in the re-examination. Just listen to the question and just answer the question. We're almost done because re-examination is not to rehash everything. I'm explaining to you so that the prosecutor can hear as well. We're going to keep it short. Relax. Don't faint.
Sorry, my lord.
Okay.
So just so that I can understand, because you also referred to people coming to you in Langebaan, that you were in Langebaan also, and people collecting you there. So I'm just trying to get the timeline. So did that incident happen before you and Ayanda and the kids went to Cape Town?
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. Just trying to understand. All right. And those people that collected you in Langebaan and tortured you and took you to the bush, are they, or who are they? Do you know?
Ik ken graag die mensen.
I don't know these people at all.
It was put to you that all that you are telling the court is just lies, and you are falsely implicating the three accused before court. Now, is that true?
Wat is wrong?
Jok u net. Are you just lying and falsely implicating them?
Lieg jy net en impliseer die beskuldigdes vassit in die saak?
Nee, my lord.
No.
The Wrens that used drugs in February 2024 and agreed to do this for money. Is that the same Wrens that is sitting here today?
Die Rens wat wel eens oprechte in Februari van 2024 en die Rens wat ingestem het in verband met zo'n plaats het. Is het dezelfde persoon wat daar zit? Is het nog dezelfde persoon?
Ze is met dezelfde persoon.
She's not the same person anymore.
Why do you say that?
Kom sê jy dit?
Want ik heb met mijn hand voor mijn borst en toen zei ik mezelf, het is nou klaar met alles en wat mij beter leven, geen nog beginnen staan.
I put my hand in front of my chest and I said, now I've had enough. I'm going to start a new life for myself, a better life for myself.
If you were put in the same position now to do it again for money, would you do it?
As ik in dezelfde positie op verklaard word om dit te doen vir geld, sal jy dit doen?
Nee, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions for the witness.
Ms. Lombard, it's been a tough week, if not longer.
Moeilike weer.
I'm not going to ask you any further questions about the case,
Ek gaan nie vir jou verder vrae vra nie.
but I want to ask you a few other questions as a parting shot. And I need to explain something to you.
En wil ek nie moet vergeet as jy
But I'm going to leave the explanation because I have to explain to you how I'm going to deal with the evidence and whatever should happen one way or the other. Don't worry about it now. Did you get help for your drug use?
die hulp gekry vir die gebruik van die misbruik van dwelms?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Don't you think you need it?
Dink jy nie jy benodig dit nie?
Nee, my lord.
You should maybe, I know you're still under witness protection, you should maybe discuss it with them.
Ek dink jy moet dit net hulle opneem. Jy is in beskerming vir die opneem.
Ik zal praten met my lord.
Because I have a concern And it could be that part of your drug use could also have led to what seemed to me on the face of it, panic attacks, whilst you were on the stand. I'm speculating. But you're telling me you want to start a new life, so I cannot help myself but to say a few words to you. Do you understand?
Ik verstaan de woord.
Then, when last did you see your children?
Wanneer laatst heb je je kinderen gezien?
Ik heb nog, het is nog jaren toen ik mijn kinderen gezien heb.
It has been a year since I saw my children. I haven't seen my children now.
Have you spoken to them about seeing your children?
Ik heb het gevraagd om je kinderen te zien.
Waar nou is,
Where I'm now.
om Orifon ook.
Yeah, even
Ik heb daar met een Orifon.
it might even be possible to have telephonic contact or maybe a video call. I know you're under witness protection. I don't know what the rules are, but at least I think you should speak to them about it.
Op wat manier wil je met mama?
Zelfs maak mijn woord.
Now for the formal part.
Formele gedeelte.
Cross-examination, evidence in court, that's one part of the process.
Een gedeelte van een proces.
And often it's robust.
Gewoonlijk is het die bij haar moeilijk.
Ultimately, I must decide
Op de einde van de rit besluit je
what I believe and how I sift through all the evidence.
wat je gelooft.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan je?
Ik verstaan mijn woord.
So I will not draw any inferences at this stage about your evidence.
Ik ga niks doen in een nadelen van de geneeskennis doen.
I will wait till the last witness has testified.
Ik ga naar wachten de laatste getuige.
And that may include the accused.
Dit mag maar moeilijk en beskuldigd worden
And then the advocates will address me and they will argue their case.
Een van de gaan is de zaak en
And I will interrogate them on what they are submitting to me. Then I might take a day or two and go and sleep on it. Then I will make a decision. So what I cautioned you about in the beginning, about a discharge and indemnity, that decision will only be made once I have evaluated all the evidence. Do you understand that?
Ik verstaan mijn woord.
Do you have any questions?
Nee, mijn woord.
Thank you. You may be excused.
Dank mijn woord.
That the witness returns on the day of the judgment, just so that she knows that that is part of the process or not. Because that would also influence her position.
We will arrange that if necessary. I take it the witness will still be under witness protection in the next few months. We don't know. But
Not
at
in my hands.
least you will know where the witness is. In the event that I grant the indemnity, then it's not necessarily if it's going to be a lot of inconvenience, because then the witness can just be informed there's the order. If, however, it goes the other way, then clearly I'll have to tell the witness, and she must hear the reasons as to why I've decided in that way. But it's early days. Can't come.
No, I just thought
I don't want the witness to panic. to think
Yeah.
she must come back to court.
Okay.
For now, she's free to go. I've got no control over the witness protection program,
No, me neither.
but we've done the evidence.
Thank you, my lord.
Good. Now, Ms. Lombard, Ms. Swanepoel, I'm sorry, because I see her still in the corner of my eye. Ms. Lombard, you may be excused.
Dankie, Rens.
So that's what I wanted to say before I turn to you. There was something you wanted to address me on.
Yes, my
So
lord.
maybe if we can deal with that and then decide, are we going to take the luncheon adjournment first, bring it forward, and then move on to the next phase, or will this affect how we're going to deal with it?
My lord, I would like to address you on this and in open court because this happened during the cross-examination of Ms. Lombard. So this is literally what happened. So after having heard a version being put to Ms. Lombard, a specific person who was sitting in the gallery knew that there was something that she had to say. That was reported immediately in the adjournment to the investigating officer, who then obtained an affidavit. When affidavit was obtained from her, he also made his own affidavit, and the exhibit that this witness had was then also produced. This has not been given to the defense because this happened in cross-examination. We just wanted the process of the cross-examination to be finished. There are copies available, and I now wish to give it to the defense. It's on a specific instruction that was put in cross-examination to Ms. Lombard. It's not a big thing, but it is something which we believe is necessary to also adduce in evidence. So I understand and we acknowledge that the witness is not on the list of witnesses, and this affidavit was not given, nor the photograph, but it was something that happened in last week during the cross-examination and spontaneously from the person.
I note that. You can provide your colleagues with a copy of the affidavit, and once you're ready to call the witness, I can look at the volume. I don't want to count. I can see it's paper from here, but I'm close to where the defense counsel is.
Now,
If those are 3 copies, it's 1 to 3 pages max.
yes, my lord. It's literally 2 pages, the one affidavit, and this is handwritten. 1.5 page, and that's actually just the commissioning, the other one, and then a photograph and the properties of the photograph. So it's really very simple. We did
Hand it to the defense, and once I take it by tomorrow, they could have prepared on that issue, and if the witness, or did you want to call the witness today?
My lord, if the defense was amicable thereto, the witness is available. She did come from Cape Town. She is available to testify today. If that is possible, as I say, this is a very short and limited
Yeah, but you
to
see,
one aspect.
I take it the defense counsel need to take instructions from their clients.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
Even if we have to interpose, is the witness local or not?
Cape Town, my lord. I just didn't want to start with get into a trial within a trial and then have to. So I thought just to raise it now.
It's 20 past 12 now.
Yes.
Let's take the adjournment till 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Let the defense consider whether we can interpose that witness, whether they will be ready or not, and then maybe tell me what the stance is. If we can help the witness away, we can do that. If we can't, then we proceed at 1 o'clock with
Indeed.
the next phase. Today is Wednesday.
Wednesday.
So if we start, are you going to do both at the same time, or?
My Lord, we planned on doing, and this is what from our side, what we suggest, is to do two separate trials within trials. Both the two accused.
Are they different witnesses?
Different witnesses, my Lord, different witnesses, some similarity, but mostly different witnesses. But there would be similarity as to the leading up, in other words, the investigating officer. Of course, that would be the same. But there are different documents. For the one,
No,
3, and the other one, 2.
I know the documents, but might be different. But remember, I've seen the explanations of plea, the section 115.
Yes.
And you saw what happened yesterday. And don't worry, I'm going to stretch the 1 o'clock now, because I want to clear this up. What happened yesterday, that although there might be different documents, it could be a J88, or it could be a videographer, if a videographer was used. And there are touch points, then we waste a lot of time by interrogating something in the one trial within a trial, and then have to go back to it in the next trial within a trial. One way of doing it is to say, we isolate, because that's the whole idea. We isolate the admissibility of 2 documents relating to 2 accused.
Yes.
And we present all the evidence on that. Remember, we don't have a jury system. And then I can decide once and for all on that.
Yes.
I would propose you think about it. Council can have, if you don't agree with my proposal, you can make submissions to me and then I'll make a ruling.
My
As to
Lord,
how I'm gonna deal with it.
so just for clarity, you suggest that we rather just do one trial within a
One
trial
within
and
a
not 2
trial
separate ones.
With both of the statements, if they are statements. The state present all the evidence on, I take it this is one where the onus is on the state. The state present all the evidence. If needs be, the accused want to take the stand on or call evidence on the admissibility part, we deal with that, I rule on it. And it might be the ruling on the one goes one way and the ruling on the other goes another way.
Yeah,
That's
that-
par for the course. But we'll save a lot of time. I can anticipate with 2 people in the same case, where we often waste time is, say for example, there's a J88 of, and I know from the pleas that it relates to accused 1 and 2. Because the basis has been laid there for the trial within a trial. The J88 of accused number 1 might elicit questions about the J88 of accused number 2. The particular manner of keeping the chain, and I don't know whether I saw in Exhibit R the chain that they followed, keeping their chain. There might be similarities, or there might be one common official that played a role. So now you have to lead that evidence again, because remember, it's in a compartment of its own.
Yes.
So you can't then take it from this and put it in there unless there's an agreement. And often in criminal trials get dragged out because things that can be admitted and or agreed to or not agreed to, because that's the nature of litigation in criminal courts have developed, unfortunately so. So let's do that. Let's think about it. And then if we need to kick off with it this afternoon, we can kick off with it. If I can have my way, we can potentially get, if we can get to the end of the state's case on the trials within trials. I know it might be optimistic. I don't know how many witnesses you have. Because remember, we're only dealing with admissibility,
Yes, my Lord.
not the content. I will also have to determine what is the challenge
Yes,
to the statements,
yes.
because it might be that we don't even need a trial within a trial.
Indeed, my Lord.
So I'll have to hear all of those submissions.
Indeed, my Lord. I wanted to specifically
So-
request you to...
It's
Also do
25
that.
past 12. I'm going to adjourn till 1:15. Right. And then, if you agree that it's not a trial within the trial phase, that's on the second one, you tell me. Otherwise, I will have to hear submissions before we go there. We
Yes,
can do the witness, we can do the submissions, just as you please.
My Lord, it will just definitely also assist us for the planning. Just as background, in the planning of these, for the one trial within a trial, we potentially have 23 witnesses,
Why?
and for the other one, 20.
Why?
That is if everything has to be proved, if the whole chain, everybody, that's why I'm saying potentially. So we can definitely limit the issues and also the number of witnesses once we know exactly what the attack on the admissibility is, and whether it goes into the contents of the document, whether it was said, whether it was their own, that all depends, the issues in the trial within a trial.
Okay, at 1:15, we'll decide all of that. The council must prepare to address me on it,
Thank you, my Lord.
and then we take it from there.
As the court pleases, my Lord.
But I don't want, as we used to do in murder cases, somebody come into the stand that I got there was a body with a shot to the head, and the head was lying in a northerly direction and the feet in a southerly direction. I don't want that. Good. Court will adjourn till 1:15.
Until when are we adjourned?
evidence, cross-examination takes place as normal, except the person's face is on a screen. But if the witness overlaps between the two different inquiries, then it's convenient to do it in one.
I concede that one, yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Nkabai, your views?
Good afternoon, my lord. I have no objections to travel in a trial.
Thank you. Mr. Sivnarang, unless you have an objection, you can just indicate to me that you have none, because we have to adjust everything.
I have no objection.
Good. Thank you. Then that's the way we go. We shall have one inquiry, or in one hearing, and I will then decide. So let me just explain, because there's a big public interest in the matter, so that the public understand what we're dealing with. I first have to determine whether these, they call it extra-curial statements. In other words, it's statements made outside of the courtroom, whether they are admissible as evidence in the case. Now, when one deals with, as the state indicates, a confession, the test is a little bit higher than with normal admissions. It's isolated from the main case so that the evidence led there may not contaminate the main case. Because sometimes in that inquiry, the court makes credibility findings, can be on a witness for the state or the accused, and that is isolated. The fact that somebody in a trial, within a trial, conducted himself in a particular way doesn't mean it carries through. So in the cases prior to 1961, where we had a jury trial, the juries would have been excused, and it would be dealt with by the presiding judge. We don't have juries, so I decide on everything, but it's isolated. We will now proceed with that process. First inquiry will be only on the admissibility, so it's all the requirements for admissibility. I will then decide on that. If I decide it's inadmissible, the state cannot present the contents of the statements or the videos. If I decide it is admissible, we go on to the presentation of that evidence onto the record. So don't expect any fireworks or things that somebody had said until we get to the second stage, if we get there. Let's go, Miss Honorable. Don't tell me my throat is playing up as well. Yes. You want to call Captain Lombard?
I-14 in the case docket, and he is number 1 on the list of state witness, being the
Thank you.
investigating officer.
Jerry, may you swear in the witness, please?
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do, so help me God.
I do, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Lombard. You may be seated. And just for the record, it's Lombard with one A, number 1 on the list of witnesses. It's a bit tight for you. So we're moving from one Lombard to another. You sat in court for the last few weeks, so you know the drill. Do you wish to testify in Afrikaans or in English?
Afrikaans, heel erg.
Afrikaans. Good.
My Lord, I'm told it's a Lombard thing. Apparently they all speak very fast. So I'm also going to try to stop him and get him to speak slower.
At least he's got one less A, so maybe it will be slower. Good. Yes,
Thank you, my Lord. Captain, you are a captain in the South African Police Services.
He is a captain in the police van Afrikaanse polisie.
Dis nie reg heel erg,
That's correct, my lord.
And currently, you are stationed at the Provincial Organised Crime Investigation Unit, and more specifically, part of the anti-kidnapping investigation team, or desk there.
spesialis.
This is here and forum.
Dis nie reg heel erg,
You are also the investigating officer in this case.
He is also an Lisa.
Dis nie reg heel erg,
That's correct, my lord.
Please tell the court about your background, your career background. How long have you been in the police? Where were you stationed? What's your history, career history?
Kan iedereen op die gesticht kennisgeef waar is as een leerder is, hoeveel jaren, diensten en ontvangen.
Heel erg, die jaar
Any Xhosa speaking witnesses this afternoon?
Not this afternoon, no, my lord. No.
I am going to temporarily excuse my registrar to just accompany Ms. Pulani so that she can have her medical condition attended to. And she will return in the morning. Ms. Chetty will return in the next 10 to 15 minutes. She's just going to drop off. Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt
No
the
problem.
evidence. Thank you.
No problem, my lord.
heel erg, die jaar
This year, my lord,
gaan ek wees 22 jaar in die polisiediens.
I will be 2 years with SEPS.
Uit die 22 jaar
Out of this 22 years,
is ek direk na my collegeopleiding by die sleutels aangesluit.
directly from my college training, I was accepted or admitted to detectives.
Ek het my speerdiens jare begin by Mitchellsplein spelers.
I started in my service as a detective to explain.
Ek was in Mitchellsplein, het was my mandaat waar ek in die laaste paar jare gewerk het met die ernstige geweldmisdaadondersoeke.
At Bishop's Plain, my mandate was to work with the violent crimes unit.
Ek was ook blootgestel aan bedrogondersoeke
I was also exposed to investigation of fraud
en vele ander misdade wat ons ondersoek het.
and further other offenses which we would investigate.
In die jaar 2013
In the year 2013,
het ek begin by die provinsiale kantoor by die speerdiens.
I started at the provincial office of the detectives.
Daar was my ondersoekwerk ook met die ernstige geweldmisdade.
At that stage, there also, my lord, my duties was also with the investigating of violent crimes. Serious and violent crimes.
In 2018
2018,
het ek by McGregor speertak begin as die speerhoof. McGregor speertak. Ja, dis korrek, Elagberg.
As the detective head, is that what you said? Speerhoof?
Dis korrek.
Detective head at McGregor Detectives.
So my pligte het verander. Van ek was so,
My duties changed.
waar ek basis die spiertak, ek was in bevel gewees, ek moet my lede leiding gegee het met ondersoek, asook die ander administratiewe gedeeltes wat
I was in charge. I had to lead my members, give some training.
wat ook afgehang het van wat ander bestuursverpligtinge is. Dit was deel van my mandaat gewees daai tyd.
It all depends as to what my job would be and then part of my mandate as well.
2022 in Januarie maand.
2022 in January,
Ek het begin by die Doringspiertak as die spierhoof.
I started at Warren's detectives as the head.
My mandaat was dieselfde gewees soos in McGregor. Het was net op 'n verskillende kantore gewees.
My mandate was the same as McGregor. I know it was at different offices.
Ek was daar gewees tot en met die einde September 2022.
I was there until the end of September 2022.
In Oktober 2022 het ek begin weer by die provinsiale kantoor by Organized Crime Investigation.
At the end of in October, then I went back to provincial crime investigations,
Dis korrek,
organized crimes investigations,
waar ek die pligte oorgeneem het as die bevelvoerder van
I took over the duties as the duty officer, the commander.
van die anti-kidnapping investigation groep by die provinsie.
Anti-kidnapping group of the province.
This anti-kidnapping team, is that a task team? Is it a unit? Is it a desk? Is it just a subdivision of provincial organized crime? Just explain that to us.
Die anti-kidnapping team
Anti-kidnapping team, my lord.
resulteer onder die Organized Crime Investigation umbrella.
It's under the umbrella of the organized crime.
Ons is 'n tipe task team
We like a task team
wat spesifiek daarna kyk na kidnapping related sake wat aangemeld word.
where we would deal with kidnapping cases which would be reported.
Ons vorm ook deel van 'n multidisciplinary investigative approach in die provinsie
We also form part of the multidisciplinary action in the province.
waar daar wat deel maak van ons is soos die DPCI, die Hawks,
It's like the DPCI, the Hawks.
van hulle ondersoekbeamptes is deel van hierdie multidisciplinary approach.
Some of the investigating officers are part of this multi-function
Ons het crime intelligence.
with crime intelligence.
Ons het ook vele ander van die polisie-eenhede wat vir ons help wanneer ons as 'n multidisciplinary sake ondersoek.
We also started some of the other police units to assist us.
So, can you then tell us when and how did you become aware of this matter and how did you get involved?
Can we just maybe adjust the microphone slightly closer to Captain Lombard so that we can amplify the Afrikaans a little bit better? Just concerned that not everybody can hear.
Is dat reg so, Ella?
That's much better, thank you.
Maar ek het die eerste keer van die Joshlin se vermissing gehoor. Dit was op die laatmiddag van die 20ste Februarie 2024.
I first to get to know, got information about the getting lost of Joshlin on the 20th of February 2024.
Ek is nie verseker of dit op social media gewees het of op die nuus nie. Ek weet ek was op pad huis toe gewees.
I'm not sure whether it was on the news or
Ek het toe begin navraag doen,
Then I made inquiries.
waar ek dieselfde middag begin rondbel het na die polisiestasies hier, asook Vredenburg. Ek het 'n kollega van my in Vredenburg polisiestasie ingekry telefonies.
From Saldanha and from Freiburg. Telephonically, I contacted a colleague of mine.
My kollega het met my meegedeel dat die FCS-eenheid Vredenburg is besig met die ondersoek van die vermiste kind.
My colleague informed me that the FCS of Freiburg were busy with the investigation of this lost child.
Ek het gevra die kontakbesonderhede van die ondersoekbeampte.
Then I asked for the contact details of the investigating officers.
Ek was meegedeel dat Sergeant Milstein van die FCS-kantoor
I was then informed that Sergeant Erstein of SS
is die ondersoekbeampte van die inquiry, want dit was 'n navraag geweest.
is the investigating officer of the inquiry.
Ek kan onthou, ek het hom 'n paar keer geskakel, maar ek kon hom nie inkry na my oproep met my kollega nie.
I remembered I tried to call him several numerous times, which I couldn't get hold of him from the number which my colleague provided me with.
Ek het toegesien dat op die nommer dat dit ook 'n WhatsApp-account wat aan die nommer toe gelink is.
Then I realized on this number there's a WhatsApp account now.
'n WhatsApp-account.
WhatsApp account which is connected to this number.
Ek het vir hom 'n boodskap gestuur
I sent him a message
waarin ek myself bekendgestel het
where I introduced myself to him
en die rede hoekom ek na hom soek.
and the reason why I was looking for him.
En as hy die boodskap kry of hy met my terug kan skakel of kommunikeer op enige ander manier.
If he received the message, can you communicate, call me or send the message?
Dit was vroeg aangewees waar ek toe weer probeer vir Susan Milstein inkry en die keer het hy toe geantwoord sy telefoon.
It was early night when I tried to get hold of Sergeant Milstein again.
Ek het hom ingekry.
Then I found him, I got hold of him again.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat hulle is nog steeds besig buite om te soek na die kind.
He informed me that they were still busy searching for the child,
En wat hulle alles gedoen het vir die dag en waar hulle soek.
what they did during the day and where would they be looking for, searching.
Ek kon nie alles woord vir woord hoor en sê nie van, daar was baie lawaai, mense het gepraat aan die agterkant en daar was wind aan die agterkant.
I couldn't hear word by word that he was talking, what he was saying, because there were quite a number of people behind him at his back, and there was also wind. Some voices behind him.
I know what you're doing. You are listening to the English as well and correcting him. That's no problem, but just do it audible, because otherwise it looks as if you are whispering things to him. So that just rather than say what you're saying to him. Okay.
Dis reg wat my. Die laaste gedeelte van die gesprek het ek gehoor, hy sê vir my hulle is buite, hulle is nog besig om te soek en dit is waar die oproep geëindig het.
The last part is where he said they were busy with the search. That's where the conversation stopped.
Dis korrek. Dis reg maar.
Correct, so
Die volgende dag het ek weer met hom in kontak gekom.
the next day I got in contact with him again.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat die ouers wat Kelly is,
Then he informed me that the parents would Kelly.
hy het gesê Kelly en Boeta. Ek het nie hulle regte name geken by daai tyd nie.
He said Kelly and Buta. Then real names was unknown to me at that stage.
En hy het ook die naam genoem van Rensie of Rens,
He also mentioned the name of Renzi or Rens,
met wie hulle gepraat het.
with whom they spoke to.
En hulle het met basis weer vir my gesê dat hulle steeds besig om te soek en hulle volg alle leidrade op.
They were still busy busy with the searching, they followed any other
Leidrade, leads.
leads.
Soos die week aangegaan het,
As the week was progressing,
het ek en Susan Milstein baie keer in kontak met mekaar gekom.
me and Captain Sergeant Malaysia had a lot of contact between us.
In die tyd kan ek onthou, het hy aan my genoem
During this time, or in this time, I can remember he mentioned to me
dat dit voorkom of die ma Kelly
it appears as if the mother Kelly
nie seker is of die boyfriend wat toe Boeta bekend en as my by die huis gewees het tot sy by die huis kom en of hy nie by die huis gewees het toe sy van die werk af kom die laatmiddag nie.
she wasn't sure whether the boyfriend was at home, and when she came back late.
'n ander aspek wat hy ook aan my genoem het was
Another aspect also mentioned to me was
dat Boeta
that Buta
nie gehelp het vir Joshlin soek die aand.
did not assist or help in searching for Joshlin that night.
Maar soos tyd aangegaan het daai week het Kelly toe gesê dat maar Boeta het gesit.
And but as a week progressed, that but Kala said to him that Buta did assist.
As ek reg kan onthou, julle agbare is dat die verklaring van Kelly was al klaar bekom gewees.
If I can remember correctly, my lord, the statement from Kelly was already received.
En ek praat nou in 'n korreksie dat dit wel melding gemaak het dat
Under correction, my lord, which has mentioned
dat Boeta nie by die huis gewees het nie
that Buta was not at home.
en dat Boeta nie gehelp soek het nie, maar wel
Buta didn't assist in helping, but
dat sy saam met gemeenskaplede gesoek het na Joshlin die aand toe sy die ontdekking
that
maak.
she was with the community searching for Joshlin that night.
Ons elke dag is 'n gesprek het maar net basies gelei oor wat maak julle as julle hulp nodig, as daar iets is, laat ons weet, as ons kan kom help. As
Every
ons,
day we would have conversations around as to what I'm doing, do you need assistance, if there's any assistance, can you come and assist?
ek kan onthou op die Saterdag die 24ste Februarie.
I can remember the Saturday, 24th of February.
Gedurende die dag het hy met my meegedeel van inligting wat daar deurgekom het
He informed me during the day about information which came through
dat 'n persoon wat gelyk het soos Joshlin 'n kind
that the person looks like a Joshlin child
was gewaar gewees in die Beaufort West area.
was seen in the Beaufort West area.
Ek praat in 'n korreksie, ek dink dit was by 'n total garage gewees
Under correction, I think it was the total garage.
en dat dit opgevolg gewees het
It was followed up,
en dat dit 'n negatiewe uitslag gegee het, dat dit nie
gave a negative outcome.
ons het 'n paar keer gepraat daardie Saterdag, die 24ste,
We spoke quite a few times on that Saturday, 24th, my lord.
van hulle was besig met soektogoperasies.
They were busy with searching operations.
En ek het basies so amper elke tweede uur en 'n half of 'n bietjie meer met hom ingecheck om te hoor of alles nog oukei is. As hy iets wat het hulle iets on nuwe leidrade gevind of dit.
I would so now within a period maybe of 2 hours just call in and find out from any information. Was there any leads which have been found?
Tydens ons gesprekke daar Saterdag laatmiddag
During our conversations Saturday late afternoon,
het ons toe ek en Milstein
me and Milstein,
het toe gesels oor die, as ek dit kan call, die discrepancies van Kelly en Boeta wat Boeta by die huis gewees het en nie by die huis die twee wat ek genoem het.
under to gepraat, we spoke about the differences between what Kelly said about Butana being at the home.
En Sergeant Milstein het toe vir my gevra of ek die volgende dag, die Sondag die 25ste, kan deurry.
Sergeant Morrison asked me if on the 25th, the next day Sunday, can I come through, drive through?
En of ek saam met Boeta en Kelly 'n onderhoud kan voer.
For me to have an interview with Peter and Kelly.
Ek het ingestem tot dit.
I agree to that.
Ons het toe bespreek dat ons die volgende dag net so, ek dink dit was omtrent half 9 of
Then we discussed that the next day at about 8:30.
of pas uit tussen 8 en half 9, so basically half 9 vir die laaste sal ek in Vredenburg wees
Between 8 and 8:30, the latest I will in Vredenburg.
en dan sal ek saam met Boeta en Kelly gesels.
Then I would have a conversation with Peter and Kelly.
Ek het ook aan hom gevra dat voor ek met hulle wil gesels, wil ek net na hulle verklaringe kyk wat hulle afgegee het al klaar. Ek het aan hulle om gevra dat ek wil kyk na hulle verklaringe.
I said to him before I proceed with the conversation with them, I want to look at their statements.
You are now referring to the affidavits, as in witness affidavits that had already been obtained from them at that time.
Dis korrek daar.
Okay.
Inquiry that's already been handed in the main trial.
That's already exhibits before court.
Yes, thank you.
Die volgende dag, die 25ste Februarie.
The next day, the 25th of February,
Ek het ongeveer 8:30 in Vredenburg aangekom.
I arrived at around 8:30 in Vredenburg,
By die polisiestasie.
and I went to the police station.
Susan Milstein het die inquiry file aan my gegee.
Sergeant Marsden then gave the inquiry file to me.
Ek het toe deur die inquiry file vinnig deurgekyk.
I looked quickly through this file
Van in daai tyd, ek kan nie onthou of dit toe ek begin lees het, of toe ek besig was om te lees nie, het Kelly en Boeta 'n verskyning gemaak in die kantoor van die speurders by Vredenburg.
I don't know whether was it finished or not, but Kelly and Buddha appeared at the detective offices in Vredenburg.
Soos wat ek verstaan het die polisie
And I understood the police
van die het vir hulle gebring tot daar van die polisielede het hulle ingebring tot by Vredenburg polisiestasie.
brought the investigative detectives at Vredenburg police station.
Ek het hulle het my meegedeel dat vir Kelly in Vredenburg opgetel by 'n familielid se huis.
They said, they informed me that they picked up Kelly in Vredenburg,
En Boeta, dink ek hulle het hulle in Saldanha gekry in Deersville.
and Buddha, I think, was found in Saldanha Bay.
Ek het nie gevra spesifiek by wie se huis nie.
I didn't ask us to specific whose house, at whose house.
Nadat ek vinnig net hulle twee verklaringe deurgelees het en
After I read quickly through their statements,
en spotreading gedoen het op die ander verklaringe wat daarin gewees het,
Spot reading gedoen het op die ander verklaringe wat daarin gewees het. Spot
Spot
reading.
readings through the other statements. I've made some spot readings in the other statements which were there.
en die rede vir dit is dat ek kon sien waar ek sit in die kantoor. As 'n glas.
The reason we did is that while I was sitting in this office, there's a glass.
En deur die glas het jy die sig oor die hele kantoor.
Through this glass, you can have a vision all over this office.
En ek kon gesien het dat Kelly baie onrustig is.
I could see Kelly was very unrestless, was very
Die manier hoe sy daar gestaan het,
the way she was standing,
sy het op en af beide kante toe geloop.
walking up and down from both side, one side to another side.
Ek kon nie sien of hoor wat sy vir Boeta gesê het nie,
I couldn't hear what she was telling Buddha.
maar ek kon gesien het aan haar gesiguitdrukking.
I could see the facial expressions.
Dit moes seker iets ernstig gewees het.
It could have been something serious.
Ek het toe besluit om na hulle toe te gaan.
Then I took a decision to go to them.
For a second. I just want to be sure that I understand you. Were you now in Vredenburg Police Station or Vredenburg Detectives Offices?
Vredenburg Police Station by die Speederse kantoor.
Die speederkantore van Vredenburg is binne in die hoofgebou van die polisiestasie.
The office of the detectives is inside the police station. Office of the detectives is inside the building of the police station.
Boeta and Kelly, were they at that stage arrested persons?
Op daardie stadium was Buddha en Kelly gearresteerde persone.
Nee, laagbaar.
No, my lord.
All right, so you decided you were now going to go to them.
Die besluit die gaan na hulle toe.
Dis korrek, laagbaar.
Correct, my lord.
Toe ek by hulle kom, het ek myself aan hulle voorgestel.
When I was at them, my lord, I introduced myself to them.
Ek het vir hulle gesê die rede hoekom ek daar is om onderhoud met hulle te voer.
I explained to them, told them as to what the reason was there for me to be there. I'm there to have an interview with them.
Kelly het iets in die lyn gesê van sy sal moeg van almal die onderhoude wat die polisie met hulle het, is aan mekaar dieselfde ding oor en oor en oor en oor.
Kelly said something in the lines of, she said she was now tired of all these policemen for an interview with her. She must say the same thing over and over.
Ek het ook toe aan Kelly genoem.
I also mentioned to Kelly,
Vandag gaan niemand hier vloek en skel nie.
today no one is going to swear here.
Nee, niemand gaan op niemand skree vandag nie.
No one is going to scream on anyone today.
Die rede hoekom ek dit aan haar gesê het was,
The reason for me stating that here was,
ek het verneem by kollegas dat Kelly was die Saterdag
I understood from Kelly, from colleagues that Kelly the Saturday,
die middag was Kelly by die polisiestasie gewees, by
Saturday afternoon she was at the police station,
Vredenburg polisiestasie,
at Vredenburg police station,
waar sy baie onbeskof gevloek en geskel het met van die polisielede.
where she was very rude and swearing at the police members.
En op daai inligting het ek het vir haar duidelik gemaak, ons gaan nie skel vandag nie.
On that information, I made it clear to her, we're not going to do the same.
Ek het aan hulle verduidelik dat ek gaan onafhanklik met elkeen van hulle gesels.
I told them that I will independently speak to each of them.
Die onderhoude het begin met Boeta.
The interview started with Buddha.
Ons twee het in die kantoor gegaan, daar waar die glas is, en ons twee daar gaan sit.
We went to the office where this class was, and that's where we went to sit.
Net voor ons ingegaan het,
Just before we entered,
het Kelly genoem dat sy gaan naar buiten wees, sy gaan rook, en ek gesê, dis fijn, sy kan naar buiten naartoe gaan en
she
rook.
said she's going to be outside, she's going to take a smoke, and I said, no, it's fine, we can be there.
Ek en Boeta toe in die kantoor in, die deur toegemaak,
Me and Buddha entered the office, and then we closed the door.
ons het, die gesels was baie oppervlakkig soos het begin het.
It was a superficial discussion.
Ek wil geweet het wie hy is, waarvanaf hy kom,
I just wanted to know from where does he come from?
het hy kinders,
Does he have children?
hoe is sy verhouding met Kelly, hoe lang hulle saam is,
The relationship you had with Kelly, for how long are they together?
en is dit so dat hy bly by Kelly, dat hulle saam bly.
And is it correct that they're staying together?
Na dit, het ek hom gevra dat,
After that, they asked him,
vertel my net oor wat het die naweek gebeur, of die dag gebeur voor die maandag.
just tell me what happened over the weekend.
Hy het begin met dat, hy kan onthou dat, 'n polisieman, het oor die naweek hulle huis besoek.
He said he remembers that a policeman visited the house over the weekend.
Die besoek van die polisieman was oor 'n persoon wat 'n saak gemaak het teen hom,
The reason for this visit of this policeman was about a case which was opened by a person against him.
die persoon het die saak gemaak, maar die persoon vermoed vir hom, dat hy hoenders gesteel het.
The person opened the case because the person suspected him to have stolen chickens.
Maar hy het nie geweet enige iets van die voorval nie.
But he had no knowledge about this incident.
Hy het ook met my meegedeel dat die persoon het gevra na sy tekkies.
He further told me that this person asked for his tekkies.
Ek kan nie onthou of hy gesê die persoon het na sy tekkies gekyk het, of die persoon het gevra het nie.
I don't remember whether he say the person looked at the tekkies, but the person asked for the tekkies.
Ek kon onthou dat hulle het uit saam met die polisiebeampte geloop,
I can remember that he left with this policeman
tot by die polisie se voertuig die bakke,
up to this vehicle, the back of the police,
wat aan die ander kant gestaan het van die stroom agter die huis.
which was standing on the other side of this canal behind the house, canal behind the house, canal behind the house, behind the house.
En hy het ook gesê dat dit is wat hy kan onthou wat gebeur het, en dat hulle was ook maar net basis heel naweek by die huis, hy en Kelly met die kinders.
That's what he can remember, and they were all night at home. That's what we basic can remember. You have married or your aunt?
Hy het nie gesê dat oor die algemeen was hulle net meestal by die huis gewees. Oor die naweek, legbaar.
In general, over the whole weekend.
Die geselskap het te verder gegaan waar hy gesê het, hy kan onthou die Sondag,
Then the conversation went further.
het sy vriend Stefano en Rens by hom aangekom, maar by hulle huis aangekom.
He remembered that his friends Stefano and Renz came to their house.
Op 'n vraag oor wat hulle daar kom soek het, wat hulle daar kom maak het,
On a question that what were they there for?
is dat hy het so geantwoord dat hulle kom altyd daar, van hulle gebruik drugs saam.
His answer was that they usually comes there, they use drugs together.
Die gesels het aangegaan, daar was klein kwestientjies oor wat te drugs en dit, die tik en die mandrix en dit, maar
The conversation proceeded about a little conversations about what was used, Turk and Mendrix.
ek noem toe vir hom dat daar is regte dat daar argumente Sondag aan by hulle huis gewees het, tussen hom en Kelly.
And then I told him there's some information that there was a quarrel between you and Kelly at the house.
Hy het dit bevestig
He confirmed that
met die rede wat hy my toe gevra het, dat waar wel die argument gewees het,
with with the reason that I wanted to know from him what was this item all about.
En hy sê, sy antwoord, actually kan ek het use die woord gedownplay, om te sê dit was oor something stupid.
He downplayed his answer and just said it's something stupid as the witness says, my lord.
Ek kon sien dat hy nie wil deel waaroor die argument gegaan het tussen hom en Kelly nie.
I could see, my lord, he wouldn't share what the argument was about between him and Kelly.
Argument took place.
Het heeft hij gezegd, want dat is wat gestreden. Dat is het.
Dis korrek, Edward, dit is die Sondag aand gewees.
That's correct, my lord. That was Sunday night.
Ek het opgelet dat hy het begin ongemaklik word.
Then I realized that he was feeling a little uncomfortable.
So ons het maar net aangegaan met die gesels.
We just proceeded with this conversation.
Ons het toe gegaan na die maandag toe, die 19de Februarie.
Then we went now to the Monday, the 19th of February.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat Kelly die oggend vroeg weg is van die huis af.
He informed me that Kelly will left the house early that morning
Met Rachel. Rachel.
with Rochelle. She left early that Monday morning with Rochelle
Sy vat vir Rachel na die kleuterskool.
because she takes Rochelle to the crash,
En die kleuterskool is baie naby aan die plek waar sy werk.
and the crash would be close, very close to the place she was working at.
Hy het ook aan my genoem dat Joshlin en Rekwoon het agtergebly by hom by die huis.
Then he further mentioned to me that Joshlin and Rokwen remained at the house with him.
Hy het met my meegedeel, ek kon nie exactly sê wanneer nie, of hoe laat nie,
But he said to me, I don't know whether, when, at what time.
dat hy kan onthou dat Joshlin en Rekwoon het vir hulle kos gegee,
Joshlin and Rokwen was given food,
en dat hy 2 waterbakke volgemaak het, of Rekwoon het volgemaak, en dat hulle 2 van hulle daan gewas het en self aangetrek het.
then two basins was filled with water, whereby they wash themselves and then they dress themselves.
Ons gesels het aangegaan waar hy ook aan my genoem het dat sy vriende, Stefano, Reigns en Nilo,
Our conversation went up to the stage whereby he said his friends, Stefano, Renz, and Milo,
het in daai oggend by hulle huis aangekom,
they came that morning to their house
waar hulle dwelms gebruik het.
where they used drugs.
Hy het ook vir my gesê dat Kelly het ook later die oggend huis toe gekom. Kelly het huis toe gekom later die oggend.
Then he told me that Kelly came home later that morning.
Sy het nie lank gebly nie.
She didn't stay long.
Hulle het tik gebruik
They used milk.
en toe sy weer terugwerkte.
Then she went back to work again.
Op die vraag wat ek aan hom gestel het,
On a question which I posed to him,
was Stefano, Reigns, Nilo by die huis toe Kelly daar aankom.
the question was Stefano, Milo, and Renz at the house when Kelly arrived there.
Hy het basies geantwoord dat hy kan nie onthou nie
He basically answered that he can't remember
van hulle het gekom en gegaan op en af.
because they would come and go, they would work up and down.
Ek het 'n vraag aan hom gestel.
I asked him another question.
So waar was die kinders die hulle nou almal die klomp dwelms gebruik het?
Where were the kids whilst all of you were using drugs?
Hy het aan my geantwoord dat Rekon binne in die huis gewees het
He answered to me that the equipment was inside the house.
en Joshlin het buite gespeel.
Joshlin was playing outside.
Hy het toe verder met my meegedeel dat 'n tyd nadat Kelly terug werk toe is,
He further said to me, my lord, a certain period after Kelly went back to work,
het hy vir Joshlin gevra om in die huis te kom.
then he asked Joshlin to come into the house.
Maar Joshlin wou nie inkom nie.
Joshlin wouldn't go inside the house.
Sy het buite gebly.
She remained outside.
Ek het 'n opvolgvraag gehad. Het sy met enige ander kinders dan buite gespeel?
I asked him a question was she playing with any other kids outside?
Hy het basies vir my gesê hy kon nie gesien het nie of hy weet nie.
He said to me he couldn't see or he doesn't know.
Laat in daai tyd wanneer nadat Kelly toe werk toe is is Rekon toe weg na Brother Lou toe.
At that time when Kelly went to work, Requin was to
Na Brother Lou.
went to Brother Low. In the time that Kelly went back to work, Requin went to Brother Low.
Ja, maar het ook daai selfde tyd het hy ook gedeel dat in daai tyd het Trens van Joshlin gevra om na kinders te gaan kyk by die huis wat slaap van sy
At that stage, my lord, I also understood that at the stage, Renz asked Joshlin to go to a house to go and look what her kids were sleeping,
van toe sy weg is van die huis af te slaap die kinders nog.
because when she left the house, the kids were still asleep.
Hy sê Rens het agterna gegaan
He said that Renz followed.
en na tyd toe kom Rens en Joshlin terug na die huis toe.
After a certain time, Renz and Joshlin came back to the house.
Ek het hom toe gevra nou waar was hulle toe Rens hulle weg was, hulle by die huis gebly.
I wanted to know from him as to where were you when Renz and Joshlin went to the house.
Hy het vir my gesê dat
He said to me that
na Rekon weg is, 'n tyd na Rekon weg is,
after Requin left,
is dat toe is Rens huis toe.
it was the time when Renz went home.
En so die gedeelte waar Rens die baba gaan kyk, het gebeur voor Rekon weg is. So ek het kan verstaan van daai dag eerder.
Can you get it up?
Die gedeelte na toe Rens die baba gaan kyk vir Joshlin gestuur het.
The time when Renz and Joshlin to look to watch the child, the baby.
Het gebeur, soos my verstaande, gebeur voor Rekon weg is van die huis.
That happened before Requin left the house. From what I understand.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat Rens is nie lank na Rekon ook weg van hulle huis af nie.
He further said to me, Renz didn't leave the house long after Requin left.
Ek het hom gevra nou wat het van Milo geword?
Joshlin goes to Rens's house. So Joshlin goes to Rens's house.
Yes.
Rens follows.
Dis korrek, lag maar.
When Rens left their house, was Requin still there?
Rekon was al daar.
And Requin left shortly after that.
Nadat Rens al teruggekom het.
Or after Rens came
Ja,
back.
vanuit, soos ek kan onthou het hy gesê dat nadat Rekon geloop het na Brother Lou toe, is Rens toe weer na Rens se huis toe. So Rens moes teruggekom het voor Rekon huis toe gegaan, voor Rekon na Brother Lou toe gegaan het.
He says that after Renz came back, then Requin left. And then Renz left again after that. That would mean mens did go back to her house again.
En dat Joshlin saam met haar gekom het van haar huis af.
And Joshlin came with her from her house.
Waar was ek nou? Op die vraag van wat het van Nilo geword,
On the question that I asked as to what happened to Nilo,
kon hy my nie antwoord wanneer Nilo weg is nie.
he couldn't answer me as to what happened to Nilo.
Maar wel dat hy, wat Boeta is,
But he, himself, Buddha,
Stefano
and Stefano,
en Joshlin,
and Joshlin
het agtergebly by die huis.
remained here at the house.
Hy het oorgegaan na die gedeelte die storie dat Stefano het 'n microwave gehad en nog ander goed gehad wat Stefano wil verkoop het.
He went to a story whereby he said Stefano had some stuff, microwave and some other stuff he wanted to sell.
En dat hulle kopers moes gekry het of vir die goed.
They must look for people who want to buy stuff.
Hy het dit met meer gedeel dat hulle beurte gemaak het
He told me that they make turns
om die goed nou te gaan verkoop of na iemand toe te neem.
to sell the stuff or take the stuff to someone.
My vraag was nou, wat het dan van Joshlin geword as julle die goed gaan verkoop?
Then my question to him was, what happened to Joshlin when we were going to sell the stuff?
En is in die tyd wat hy gepraat het van hulle beurte gemaak, as jy een loop, dan het jy aan die ene by Joshlin agter by die huis gebly.
He said to me, my lord, when we would make these turns, the one leaving, the one would remain with Joshlin at the house.
Ek het onmiddellik toe ek sien dat as ons van Joshlin praat en veral die tyd waar ons die gesels met Joshlin is net om hulle twee. Van nou as Rens is Nilo, ek weet nie wat aan Nilo geword het, ek weet nie, Rekon is weg, Nilo is weg, kon ek gesien het, hy het bietjie meer ongemakkelijk geword. Toe vra ek vir hom, nou wanneer is Joshlin dan weggeword?
The time when we would speak about Joshlin, I picked up
Wanneer het Joshlin weggeword?
when Joshlin get lost. Because Nilo was gone, so was Rens also. And Requen.
Ek kon nie vir my antwoord eintlik, het was meer soos, ek weet nie of, ek kan nie geantwoord het in,
He
dat dit,
couldn't answer me, my lord. It was more of a, he couldn't answer me.
en op daardie stadium van die onderhoud,
During the stage of his interview,
het ek hom toegevra, nou wat is jou verhouding met Joshlin? Hoe is jou verhouding met Joshlin?
I asked him as to what is the relationship with Joshlin, how is the relationship with Joshlin?
Ek kon agterkom dat hy nie my vraag wil antwoord nie.
I could pick up my lord, he wouldn't want to answer my question.
En hy sê toe dat ek moet vir Kelly vra.
Then he said to me, I must ask Kelly.
Ek noem toe aan hom in soveel woorde dat
I mentioned to him in so much words that
hy bly met Kelly,
he's staying with Kelly
met die kinders.
and the kids.
Ek is seker daarvan dat hy vaderfiguur is vir die kinders.
I'm sure that he would be a father figure to the children, to the kids.
Maar op die vraag met sy verhouding, hoe is sy verhouding met Joshlin, wil hy nie antwoord nie.
But on the question as to how is the relationship with Joshlin, he wouldn't answer.
En agbare, ek het opgeleid dat hij homself toemaak om verdere vragen te antwoorden of om de deeltijd aan die onderhoud.
I further picked up, my lord, that he was closing him up as to have a conversation or take part in this interview further.
Ik noemde ook aan hom,
I further mentioned to him,
as daar enige iets ernstig gebeur het,
if there's anything serious which might have taken place,
of 'n ongeluk,
or an accident,
wat Joshlin en om Joshlin gebeur het, of met haar gebeur het,
which happened maybe around Joshlin or with Joshlin,
kan hy het deel
can share,
van waar ons is. Dit is 'n veilige plek
because where we are at a safe place.
en hy moet nie huiwer om te deel met my as dit so iets is nie.
You mustn't be hesitant as to share with me if it's like that.
Ek het ook met hom gesê, aan hom gesê dat
I further said to him, my lord, that
as hy wil gesels,
if he wants to talk,
hy is vry om met my te gesels
he is free to speak to me
of met my kontak te maak.
or to make contact with me.
Dit is het ander waar ons gesels daai dag gestop het van hy het heeltemal toegemaak.
That's where our conversation stopped on that day, my lord, because he totally closed.
Just inquire, also during this discussion that you had with him, did you ask him at what time or stage of the day Kelly came home and what happened that evening after she had come home? Did he disclose any of that to you?
Tydens die ondervraging
During the questioning, my lord,
het ek agtergekom dat hy kan nie spesifieke tyd aangee oor goed hoe laat dinge gebeur het.
I picked up that you can't give specific times as to what times a certain incident would happen.
En ek het vir myself gesê, as ek gaan druk vir tyd,
Then I told myself, if I want to press for time,
en dit was dan vroeg in die onderhoud, gaan ek maklik nie die onderhoud met hom kan verder voer van uit ongemaklik geword van die begin af al.
I picked up that I'm not going to take much anything from him as far as the interview is concerned because he felt from the onset uncomfortable.
So ons het maar net gegaan op wat gebeure van die dag.
We just went up to what happened the day.
Just bear with me. I just want to make sure of one thing. You said that you had learned or received information about the searching of Joshlin that took place on that evening. I just want to know, did you ask him about that? Did you confront him with that information that you had about the search?
Hy het gesê hy het informasie gekry in verband met die soektog van daai aand. Het jy hom gevra daaroor?
His involvement
Sy
in the search.
betrokkenheid.
Ja, ek het hom gevra.
Yes, I asked him.
Ek het vir hom gesê informasie is dat hy het nie deelgeneem aan die soektog na Joshlin daai aand nie.
I said to him, information came that you did not take part in the search for Joshlin that night.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat hy Stefano
He informed me that he and Stefano
en Nilo
and Nilo
het dwelms gebruik
were using drugs
by Stefano se huis
at Stefano's house.
en hy is eers huis toe die aand na load shedding.
He only went home that night after load shedding.
So did you ask him why he did not participate?
If ook een vrouw komt in het deel gaan nemen.
Van hy en Stefano en Milo het treks gebruik.
Because
Hy gaan rook.
in Stefano and Milo were smoking drugs.
En dit gebeur voor die waar ek aan hom gestel het van dat hy sekerlik 'n vaderfiguur is vir Joshlin.
That is said, after I said to him, must be a certain father figure to Joshlin.
Ja, Julle Agbar, ek kan in die oggend
The morning, my Lord,
van die 19e
of the 19th,
het hy ook aan my genoem
he also mentioned to me,
dat Joshlin op die vraag hoekom is Joshlin Rico nie skool toe nie,
I wanted to know as to why did Joshlin and Rico not go to school.
dat hulle nie te gesond gewees het die oggend nie.
Then he said that they were not well that morning.
Ja,
Later from yes.
Okay, and when you asked him about the relationship between him and Joshlin, what was his reaction?
En toen ik van vrouw en vrouw tussen hemzelf en Joshlin, wat was zijn reactie?
het hy 'n comment gehad eintlik en hy wou nie gesê het oor hulle verhouding nie. Dus uit my verwys na Kelly toe, Julle Agbar, om vir Kelly te vra.
Couldn't give me a comment, couldn't give me an answer.
Please interpret the last part. Just repeat the last part of your answer.
En in de laatste gedeelte van uw antwoord weer wel.
Hy het my verwys na Kelly toe dat ek vir Kelly moet vra.
He referred me to Kelly and his asked Kelly.
Right. So, was that then the end of your interview with him on that Sunday?
Was het nog de einde van die onderhoud met hem op dat zondag?
Dis hier ek daar.
It's correct, my lord.
So then what was the next thing that happened? Did you then tell us?
Wat het toe volgende gebeurd?
Na hom het ek en ons daar uitgestaan, ek het vir Kelly gekry, ek onthou Kelly was nog buite gesit en rook.
After that, we went out, then found Kelly. I think I remember she was still smoking.
Ons het toe ingegaan na dieselfde kantoor toe waar ek en sy begin het mee onderhoud.
We went into the same office.
Ons onderhoud het dieselfde begin soos met die van Boeta,
Our interview started in the same fashion as with Buddha.
oor waarvan as sy kom,
Where is she?
wat doen sy,
What is she doing?
vir kinders het sy die
How
gewone
many kids she does she has?
Van die begin van die onderhoud het ek agtergekom dat sy is baie, ek ken die Afrikaanse woord, die edgy.
From the beginning of this interview, my lord, the witness says in his own words, I picked up that she was edgy.
Ek het daarna genoem
I
dat
mentioned that
wat ek vir Boeta gevra het oor die verhouding tussen Boeta met Joshlin, tussen Boeta en Joshlin.
about the question I asked Buddha about the relationship between him and Joshlin.
En dat Boeta sê ek moet vir haar vra.
And Buddha told me that I must ask her.
To that, just when you say that she was very edgy, what do you mean? Just put that into words. Explain what you mean with edgy.
As he says he was edgy, can he really model for Hitler? What bedoel je daarmee?
Ek kon gesien het tot 'n mate dat sy opgewerk is.
I was to pick up from a certain stage that she was a little bit upbeat.
you say opgewerk of opgewek?
Werk.
Worked up. Maybe just on that point, if I can try and clarify. You've been a police officer for many, many years. Have you encountered people that use stick regularly in your career? Could that edginess and the worked upness that you saw in her be explained maybe by the use of stick? From your experience?
Volgens die ons ondervinding kan jullie opwerk of opwerk en die edges met hulle van dit veroorsaak word volgens die ervaring.
Edelagbare, daar in my ondervinding, wat ek al gesien het.
In my experience, what I've seen,
Het ek al different symptome gesien as mense op tik is. Different symptome.
I pick up different symptoms.
Ek het al tegengekom met gemeenskaplede wat tik gebruik het kort voor ons by hulle gekom het.
I came across people who use TIP.
Van hulle is baie hyperactive,
Some of them are
hyperactief.
hyperactive.
Van hulle was aggressief geweest.
Some of them was aggressive.
Ek kan nie dink aan die Afrikaanse woord nie. Kan ek maar die colloquial language gebruik?
Ja, gebruik die geluk.
Amper soos 'n Zulu blues. Hulle swing. Van hulle was happy en so te sê.
Witnessing that swimming, appearing very happy.
So dit is moeilik om te sê wat die wel in my ondervinding van elke persoon se symptome was baie verskillend geweest.
It's difficult for me as far as my experience is concerned because people's symptoms will be different.
Maar ek weet as jy sien wanneer iemand opgewerk is, jy kan sien dat die ene is nou 'n bietjie frustrated nou. Because die hele demeanor van haar was like, wat nou? Maar klaar, ek wil gaan.
The worked up which I saw with her was like she was frustrated. She was in a situation like, what now? Let's finish off.
In any event, my Lord, may I proceed? I have interrupted you, so please bear with me. Just as a little bit of background, when you now asked her about her as a person, and where she's from and who she is, share that with us, please.
Kan u nog met ons deel en hoeveel vrae van basis is, wie sy is, kan u vir ons van 'n prentjie bring?
So, ek het gesê jy laat werk. Kelly het my meegedeel dat sy is 'n ouma kind. 'n Ouma kind.
She said to me she was a grandmother's child.
Sy het by haar ouma groot geword.
She grew up with a grandmother.
En dat haar ma en haar ander broers en susters in die Noord-Kaap bly.
That her mother and her other siblings were residing in the Northern Cape.
Sy het gematrikuleer. Sy het groter geword in Deersville.
She grew up in Deersville.
Dat sy is op dwelms.
She's on drugs.
Sy het my gesê sy is lief vir haar kinders.
She said she
Sy is lief vir haar kinders.
She said she loved the kids a lot.
En sy het met my meegedeel dat sy al op verskillende plekke gebly het.
She even mentioned to me that she stayed in different places.
Dat Joshlin en Rachel se pa verskil van Rekon se pa, as twee.
Joshlin and Rachel's father were different from Requen's.
Op daardie stadium het ek met my meegedeel dat Joshlin se pa is nie in Dians wil nie, hy is in die Noord-Kaap.
Then he said at that stage, Joshlin father was not in Diasville anymore, he's in the Northern Cape.
Did she say Jocelyn's father or Rachel's father?
Joshlin en Rachel het dieselfde pa.
Joshlin and Rachel were the same father,
En dat hulle pa
that their father
in die Noord-Kaap, ja.
is now in the Northern Cape.
En agter ek kan nie onthou wat die vraag is in daai gedeelte van die onderhoud het.
I don't remember as to what part of the interview.
Maar omdat ek gesien het dat sy so op daai is,
Then when I picked up that she was so,
het ek 'n vraag aan haar gestel en sy het toe vir my gesê dat sy is bang vir niemand nie.
I asked that question whether she's not scared of any person.
Ek kan onthou die vraag dat ek mag gebruik is 'n uitlaatklep. As 'n uitlaatklep vir haar om net te sê. Ek het gebruik as 'n uitlaatklep.
Oh, and the list bomb. Thanks.
Uitlaatklep.
I'm trying to visualize always when people testify. So I'm visualizing this experienced detective sitting in the office and analyzing the person sitting on the other side of the table and thinking about the next question. Was that about it? How you did it?
Dit was deel van dit edelagmere.
It was part of it, my lord.
En dit wat sekere goed wat Boeta vir my gesê het, as ook dat wat ek gehoor het van die ondersoek.
It was because of the stuff which Buddha told me and some other stuff I heard of the investigation.
The microphone.
Because of certain stuff I told me and other stuff I heard through the investigation.
En as ook om informasie te kry van die discrepancies wat daar is oor was Boeta by die huis, was hy nie by die huis sê, die gedeelte om Boeta, wat het gebeur.
And also the discrepancies between the two of them, when was Buddha at home, what happened.
So, sy is gesels aangegaan het formuleer maar die vraag, maar jy weet waar toe jy wil beweeg.
It's Rando.
Sy is van die Makwaland, eerlikwaar.
She's from the Makwaland, my lord.
Oorspronklik van die Makwaland.
Originally from the Makwaland.
And whilst we were now dealing with this, did she also tell you what happened to the father of Rekwan?
We know because I met her last year, it's a seven about the principal.
Ek dink ek het haar gevra,
I think I asked him,
maar daar was niks wat ek kan onthou wat sy gesê het van die pa nie.
but there's nothing which I can remember that she mentioned about the father.
Van die fokus was gewees oor Joshlin, visie familie om Joshlin.
The focus was about Joshlin, who's the family around Joshlin.
I can see that you're thinking, so you're not 100% sure of that answer, correct?
And what did I become busy on this specific of the answer?
Ek het gedink daaroor.
I thought yes, my lord.
Wrong for a witness to refresh his memory.
Indeed, my lord. That's why I'm just saying I don't think that that's going to be an issue. It's in any event in the plea explanation, so I don't think it's going to be an issue. But if the witness wanted to, he would be able to refresh his memory from the statement. All right. So the interview with Kelly.
Was that what with Kelly?
Edel achtbare, ik heb die onderhoud begin met de vraag wat Boeta bij mij gelos het. Ik heb die onderhoud begin met de vraag wat Boeta met mij gelos het, gelaat het.
Starting with the question was, Joshlin left Boeta.
Die vraag wat Boeta bij mij gelos het, de question Boeta left.
The question Boeta left with me about Lord Joshlin's relationship.
Daar was mijn eerste vraag naar.
That was the first question.
En ik heb daarna genoemd dat Boeta had gezegd, ik moet voor jou vragen.
I mentioned to her that Boeta said I must ask you.
In context het sy gesê dat sy nie fout sien met hulle verhouding nie
In context, she says she doesn't see any fault in their relationship
en dat hulle verhouding oké is.
and that their relationship was okay.
When you're saying this, you're referring to the relationship between Boeta and Joshlin,
Was that
correct?
what you said, Boeta and Joshlin?
Dis hier ek het laat.
That's correct, madam.
Ek het toe die verklaring van Kelly wat die polisie al klaar geneem het bedank het. Ek het begin spel met daai verklaring. Toe begin te lees.
The statement of Kelly, which the policeman already had, I started reading it.
Met die gedeelte waar ons gekom het dat sy nou uit die werk het gekom in die middag en dat sy sê Boeta was nie daar nie, het sy my gestop.
Up to the part whereby when she was coming from work and Boeta wasn't there.
En ek sal nooit vergeet hoe sy het my geantwoord het op daai toe sy my gestop het nie.
And then she stopped me. I won't forget as to what she said after she stopped me.
Van haar stemtoon het van die edgy persoon se stemtoon tot 'n normale stemtoon gekom.
The tone now from the edgy person now become lowers to a normal tone.
En sy sê in soveel woorde vir my dat
She said to me so much that
sy verkeerd gepraat het,
she said wrong.
dat Boeta wel by die huis gewees het toe sy uit die werk het kom
So she said Boeta was at home when I come from work
en dat Boeta gehelp soek het.
and Boeta assisted in searching.
Een van die vrae wat ek aan haar gestel het was
One of the questions I asked her, my lord,
dat daar gerugte rondloop
there's information running around
dat Joshlin dat die kinders nie skool toe is nie
that Joshlin didn't go to school
omdat hulle skoolklere vuil was.
because the school clothing was dirty.
Sy het met my meegedeel dat daai gerug nie waar is nie.
She said to me that information is not true.
Soos die onderhoud aangegaan het ons basies gegaan oor wat gebeur het daai dag.
As the interview was progressing, my lord, we just went on to what happened that day.
Sy het bevestig dat sy die oggend vroeg werk toe is.
She She confirmed that the morning early she went to work.
Dat sy vir Rachel afgeleid by die kleuterskool,
She left Rochelle at the crash.
dat sy later weer op haar huis toe gekom het,
Later that morning she went home
dat waar hulle tik gebruik het,
where they stuck,
sy en Boeta.
saying Buddha.
Sy het ook met my weer gedeel dat Joshlin by die huis gebly het,
She also said to me that Joshlin remained at home.
terwyl sy by die werk is, en sy later die middag huis toe gekom het.
When she was at home until she came back later that afternoon.
Did she tell you why Joshlin and Gwen did not go to school?
Yes, ik heb gezien hoe met Joshlin when you school them.
Op die vraag wat ek vir haar gestel het van die gerig dat die kinders is by die huis van die velklere, het sy gesê nee, dis nie waar nie.
From what I asked us about the rumors running around about the children's clothing dirty, she said that's not true.
Because ek het onmiddellik opgelet dat Boeta het vir my gesê is by die huis met die velklere, het was by die huis omdat hulle nie gesond is nie.
Because Buddha told me that they were at home because they were not well.
En ek sê van wat die mense sê, die klere is vel.
And I said to her, but people say the clothes are dirty.
En sy het daai roe van die hand geskiet.
See that? I never seen.
Sy het gesê, dit is nie waar nie.
She said it's not true, man.
I understand, maybe I'm just stupid, but so
Did you ask her about whether they were well or unwell or not? Or did you just leave it there to simmer for a while?
Lagbare, ek kan dit wel gevra het,
I might have asked it, my lord.
en die moontlik is dat ek dit daar gelos het.
There's a possibility that I could have left it there.
Maar wat die bevestiging wat ek gekry het is dat Joshlin wel die oggend by die huis gewees het.
But the confirmation which I got, my lord, but Joshlin was that morning at home.
En dat sy die kinders saam met Boeta Rekoon en van Joshlin saam met Boeta gelos het by die huis.
She left with the children, Joshlin, and went with Buddha that morning.
Ek noem te veel, maar in die tyd wat ons nou deur daai gewone goed gaan wat gebeur het,
During the time when we're talking about what happened the day,
gooi sy ook net in 'n ding waar sy sê dat ek is 'n goeie ma, ek is lief vir my kinders.
she would just contribute that I'm a good man, I'm a very good mother for my kids. I love my kids.
Ek noem aan haar dat daar is 'n rigte dat
I said to her, there's a rumor
dat sy, en ek het gesê, ek dink gesê Boeta ook, die volgorde van die dag soos dinge gebeur, verander die heeltyd.
that the way you and Buddha explains what happened the day will be different.
En dat ons gaan nou in detail gaan met dit. En tot my verbasing
And to my surprise,
het sy aan my gesê dat
she said to me
Joshlin nie meer in Saldanha Bay is nie.
that Joshlin is not in Saldanha Bay anymore.
Sy moet aangaan met haar lewe,
She wants to proceed with her life
want sy het nog 2 ander kinders.
because she's got other 2 children.
Sy moet aangaan met haar lewe.
She must proceed with her life. She's got other 2 children.
En agbare, dit het vir my uit die water geslaan gekom. Ek het nie so iets verwag het gaan uitkom na my toe.
It was quite a shock to me. I didn't expect this to come to me from a mother.
Ek het onmiddellik vir haar gevra wat,
Immediately asking,
hoe weet sy dat Joshlin nie meer in Saldanha Bay is nie?
what do you mean that Joshlin is not in Saldanha anymore?
Did you say, how does she mean, or how does she know? Hoe weet sy, how does she know?
Sy het aan my geantwoord dat
She answered me that
my kind is weg.
my child is gone.
Take it, it's the media. I'm going to come loose tomorrow. I will take them all off. So if people want to attach their things, they must do it properly. These loose pieces of wire, because it's not ours. Because it's irritating me. I'm sorry, Captain.
Dag maar, ek kan nie gehoor wat jy sê nie.
Attach these loose wires to our microphones. If they can't do it properly, they mustn't do it.
En Arno het dit gesê, het ek vir haar 'n paar keer gevra, wat bedoel sy daarmee? Hoe weet sy?
After she mentioned that, my Lord, I asked a few times as to what does she mean about that, how does she know?
Sy kon my geen konkrete antwoord gee wat sy bedoel of hoe sy weet.
She couldn't give me an answer as to what does she mean and how does she know?
You know, because you have a statement and you've consulted with a witness. How much more time do you need with a witness? Because you're now busy with, now I'm talking about just with that interview of Kelly, of that day. Because I thought if we can finish that, but I don't want to go on too long because there's a social worker here that came for a specific purpose. And she was going to come between 1 and 2, but because we changed our lunchtime hours, she couldn't do what she was supposed to do, and she's coming back at 3, so I don't want to inconvenience her again through our process. So if you go up to a sensible point, unless if you can finish by 3 with this interview, you just tell me, we take the break then.
So, if you're now saying that you kept on asking her, what does she mean with this? Or how does she know this, that Joshlin is no longer in Saldanha? Did she ever give you any concrete answer to those questions?
Toe u vir 'n vrou hoe weet u dat Joshlin in Saldanha is? Het sy vir enige 'n vaste antwoord vir u gegee?
Nee, daar waar.
No, my Lord.
And what was her demeanor in your experience as an investigating officer?
Volgens
What was her demeanor at the time?
u ondervinding bevinding as 'n ondersoekbeampte, wat was haar voorkoms die tyd?
Haar stem het weer verander na daai edgy persoon.
The tone changed again to the edgy person.
En sy was nog steeds so, hoe kan ek sê, opgewerk.
She was still worked up.
Did she display any specific emotion?
Sy het enige emosie, spesifieke emosie bewys.
Die enigste emosie wat ek opgetel het van haar
The only emotions I pick up from her, my lord,
is daai edgy aggressive, hoe sy haarself oorgedra het.
it is this edgy, aggressive as a display of her.
This revelation that she told you, that she said, Joshlin is nie langer in Saldanha nie. Sy moet aangaan met haar lewe, want sy het nog 2 ander kinders. Did she say that to you only once?
Hierdie gedeelte wat ons so gesê het, Joshlin is nie in Saldanha nie. Sy moet aangaan met haar lewe, sy het ander kinders. Sy het dit aan een keer gesê.
Nee, maar sy het dit weer gesê later in die onderhoud.
No, my lord. She mentioned that later in the interview.
Op daardie stadium van die onderhoud was die eerste keer wat sy dit genoem het.
At that stage of the interview, it was the first time she mentioned it.
I'm jumping the gun. My apologies. Okay. So after she said this the first time, what did you then do? You now continuously ask her, how does she know this? But she never gave you a concrete answer.
Toe u van vrou hoe weet u daarvan dat sy nie vir u vast antwoord gegee nie.
En ek het dan genoem in soveel woorde.
I mentioned so and so much words, my lord.
Hoe kan 'n ma
How can a mother,
van 'n kind vergeet in 'n paar dae?
a mother can forget about the child in a few days?
En hoe kan 'n ma so praat?
How can a mother speak like that?
Ek noem aan haar dat
I further mentioned to her, my lord,
jy sê dat jy so hartseer is oor jou kind,
you say you're so heartbroken about your child,
maar jy wys geen emosies nie.
but you show no emotions.
Ek het ook aan haar genoem dat
I further mentioned to her, my lord,
daar's baie ouens hier buite,
that's right.
ouers
There are a lot of parents outside
wat sukkel om aan te gaan met hulle lewe, van hulle kinders is nog steeds weg.
who are struggling to carry on with their lives because their children are still gone.
En hier sê Kelly wat in minder as 'n week besluit om aan te gaan met haar lewe en te vergeet van haar kind.
But here you are, Kelly, for within less than a week that you must forget about your child.
To that.
Het ze geantwoord daarop. Ze reageert daarop.
Sy is stil gebly.
She kept quiet, man.
Ek het toe vir haar gesê dat
Then I said to her, but
jy vra eers hoe ver die polisie is met die ondersoek van jou kind.
You don't even inquire from the police as how far you are with the investigation of your child.
Jy vra nie of enige nuwe leidrade is nie.
You don't even ask if there are any leads.
En haar respons op my was gewees dat wat is daar, soveel woorde, wat is daar om te vra?
Then the response to me was that so much what is there for me to ask?
Ek kon sien daai tyd dat sy was nou heeltemal kwaad geweest. Sy was heeltemal kwaad. Heeltemal kwaad.
Oh, she was completely cross, my lord.
Ek het ook aan haar genoem, ergens in die gesels, dat
I also mentioned to her during this conversation, my lord,
dat daar is mense daar buite
there are people
wat hulle tyd opoffer,
who give up their time,
hulle resources,
the resources of them,
om na jou kind te soek.
to search for your child,
En jy het basies nie belangstelling in dit nie.
but you don't have any interest in it.
My Lord, I think I've realized it is 3 o'clock already. We're not going to finish this now. Can we perhaps, is this an opportune time?
Can we do 8:45 again tomorrow morning? Call it tonight. So, Mr. Van Rijn, Mr. Apollos, Malmesbury Saps, Ms. Smith, Longebaan Saps. One last thing, seeing that I'm in the complaining mood this afternoon. Over the weekend, I saw one of the news channels, I don't even know which one it was. After we adjourned, could have been on the weekend, could also have been Monday, I'm not sure. People were here behind the bench. I saw a clip, a news clip, which was taken where people were standing here behind the bench, recording in the afternoon after we adjourned. I don't know who gave them permission or how this is allowed. I've never heard of the media going onto the bench. I leave my notes and books open here. And I didn't want to see who it was. But you know who you are. Don't let it happen again. The court will adjourn.